Locke, an essay concerning human understanding. Contents: Introduction, further reading, an essay concerning human understanding, the epistle dedicatory, the epistle to the reader, Book 1 of Innate Notions, Analytical Contents, Chapter 1, Introduction, Chapter 2, No Innate Principles in the Mind, Chapter 3, No Innate Practical Principles, Chapter 4, Other Considerations Concerning Innate Principles, both Speculative and Practical, Book 2 of Ideas, Analytical Contents, Chapter 1 of Ideas in General and Their Original, Chapter 2 of Simple Ideas, Chapter 3 of Ideas of One Sense, Chapter 4 of Solidity, Chapter 5 of Simple Ideas of Diverse Senses, Chapter 6 of Simple Ideas of Reflection, Chapter 7 of Simple Ideas of both Sensation and Reflection, Chapter 8 Some Further Considerations Concerning Our Simple Ideas, Chapter 9 of Perception, Chapter 10 of Retention, Chapter 11 of Discerning and Other Operations of the Mind, Chapter 12 of Complex Ideas, Chapter 13 Complex Ideas of Simple Modes, and first of the simple modes of the idea of space, Chapter 14 of Duration and its Simple Modes, Chapter 15 of Duration and Expansion considered together, Chapter 16 of Number, Chapter 17 of Infinity, Chapter 18 of Other Simple Modes, Chapter 19 of the Modes of Thinking, Chapter 20 of Modes of Pleasure and Pain, Chapter 21 of Power, Chapter 22 of Mixed Modes, Chapter 23 of Our Complex Ideas of Substances, Chapter 24 of Collective Ideas of Substances, Chapter 25 of Relation, Chapter 26 of Cause and Effect and Other Relations, Chapter 27 of Identity and Diversity, Chapter 28 of Other Relations, Chapter 29 of Clear and Obscure, Distinct and Confused Ideas, Chapter 30 of Real and Fantastical Ideas, Chapter 31 of Adequate and Inadequate Ideas, Chapter 32 of True and False Ideas, Chapter 33 of the Association of Ideas, Book 3 of Words, Analytical Contents, Chapter 1 of Words or Language in General, Chapter 2 of the Signification of Words, Chapter 3 of General Terms, Chapter 4 of the Names of Simple Ideas, Chapter 5 of the Names of Mixed Modes and Relations, Chapter 6 of the Names of Substances, Chapter 7 of Particles, Chapter 8 of Abstract and Concrete Terms, Chapter 9 of the Imperfection of Words, Chapter 10 of the Abuse of Words, Chapter 11 of the Remedies of the Foregoing Imperfections and Abuses, Book 4 of Knowledge and Probability, Analytical Contents, Chapter 1 of Knowledge in General, Chapter 2 of the Degrees of Our Knowledge, Chapter 3 of the Extent of Human Knowledge, Chapter 4 of the Reality of Knowledge, Chapter 5 of Truth in General, Chapter 6 of Universal Propositions, Their Truth and Certainty, Chapter 7 of Maxims, Chapter 8 of Trifling Propositions, Chapter 9 of Our Knowledge of Existence, Chapter 10 of Our Knowledge of the Existence of a God, Chapter 11 of Our Knowledge of the Existence of Other Things, Chapter 12 of the Improvement of Our Knowledge, Chapter 13 Some Further Considerations Concerning Our Knowledge, Chapter 14 of Judgment, Chapter 15 of Probability, Chapter 16 of the Degrees of Assent, Chapter 17 of Reason, Chapter 18 of Faith and Reason and their distinct provinces, Chapter 19 of Enthusiasm, Chapter 20 of Wrong Assent or Error, Chapter 21 of the Division of the Sciences, Second Treatise of Government, 1964, Editor's Note. Preface. Chapter 1, Chapter 2 of the State of Nature, Chapter 3 of the State of War, Chapter 4 of Slavery, Chapter 5 of Property, Chapter 6 of Paternal Power, Chapter 7 of Political or Civil Society, Chapter 8 of the Beginning of Political Societies, Chapter 9 of the Ends of Political Society and Government, Chapter 10 of the Forms of a Commonwealth, Chapter 11 of the extent of the legislative power, Chapter 12 of the legislative, executive, and federative power of the Commonwealth, Chapter 13 of the subordination of the powers of the Commonwealth, Chapter 14 of prerogative, Chapter 15 of paternal, political, and despotical power considered together, Chapter 16 of conquest, Chapter 17 of usurpation, Chapter 18 of tyranny, Chapter 19 of the dissolution of government. Introduction. John Locke and his world. John Locke, 1632 to 1704, was perhaps the most influential non-fiction writer of the English 18th century. His most important literary masterpieces, the essay concerning human understanding, 1960, and the two treatises of government, 1960, were published before the 18th century began. Both works were productions of the particular environments in which they were written, but they weighed heavily on the general development of the history of ideas in the 18th century. They did so long after Locke's life came to an end, and often in much different environments than they were formulated and written. Indeed, Locke and his works are regularly and rightly presented as foundations for the Age of Enlightenment. Locke's primary epistemological message, that the mind at birth is a blank sheet waiting to be filled by the experiences of the senses, complemented his primary political message, that human beings are free and equal and have the right to envision, create, and direct the governments that rule them and the societies within which they live. In these respects, one might think of Locke as preparing the way for the 18th century. As we shall see, that is how he saw himself. In his essay concerning human understanding, he remarked that he was employed as an under-laborer in clearing the ground a little and removing some of the rubbish that lies in the way to knowledge. Both the essay and the second treatise, by far the more interesting of the two treatises, were widely read by Locke's contemporaries and near-contemporaries, and not only in Britain. Locke, already known to Dutch and French intellectuals by review of the 1960s, was read on the continent in the early Enlightenment, and at the other end of the period, this impact on revolutionary America was significant, deep, and long-lasting. Everywhere, Locke's 18th century readers included learned philosophers, educators, historians, and political thinkers, but also local community and political leaders, students, and many others eager to take advantage of the expanding world of print culture that was a central part of the Enlightenment. Today, Locke remains an accessible author whose essay and second treatise can still be read with pleasure by an engaged public around the world. Some will read him to know more about the beginnings of the modern era. Others will seek arguments to be used in present-day debates. Locke's life. John Locke was born 29 August 1632 at Wrington in northern Somerset, near the city of Bristol, in the southwest of England. That part of England was wool country, and Locke's father and mother, John Locke, 1606 to 1661, and Agnes Keene, 1597 to 1654, came from families that had long been involved in the cloth trades. Both parents were also staunchly Puritan and might be aptly described as belonging to the lesser gentry. Locke's father had strayed from the family business and was trained and employed as a country attorney. Otherwise, he did not lead a notable life. Lady Damaris Cudworth Masham, 1658 to 1708, a philosopher and one of Locke's earliest biographers, recorded that when Locke mentioned his father, it was always with great respect and affection. Of his mother, Locke recorded that she was a very pious woman and an affectionate mother. Locke's childhood and early family life: he had only one sibling, a younger brother, Thomas, born in 1637, who survived to adulthood, appear to have been secure, if uneventful. Such was not the case with the Britain that Locke was born into. When Locke was a boy of 10, long simmering political tensions in England boiled over into full-out civil war. On one side in this English Civil War, 1642 to 1651, were the royalist supporters of King Charles I, 1600 to 1649, and the Stuart monarchy. On the other side were the parliamentarians, with Oliver Cromwell, 1599 to 1658, at the helm. In the background were the Scots, who complicated life for both sides. Many ideas related to state and government were in the air in Britain and were in the background of Locke's own developing political thought. The Civil War also had a more immediate impact on the young Locke. Locke's father served against the king. His enlistment with parliamentary forces during the war provided him in 1647 with a scholarship as a non-resident student to enter Westminster School. That had been made possible through Locke's father's wartime connections with Alexander Popham, 1605 to 1669, MP for Bath. At Westminster, along with some 200 schoolmates, Locke mostly studied languages: Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. The school's headmaster, Richard Busby, 1606 to 1695, was renowned as much for his liberal use of the birch as for his abilities as a teacher. Busby was also a staunch royalist. Few of Locke's biographers can resist recounting that Busby's students could often be found praying for Charles I, even when the king was executed within earshot of the school on 1st January 1649. Locke appears to have been quite a good student, only the best studied Hebrew, but his later reflections cast Westminster in a negative light. It is hard to know what, if any, lasting impact these years had on the young philosopher and political theorist, but as a writer on education, Locke always recommended gentleness, not beating, and for gentlemen he suggested a private, not public education. In 1650, an 18-year-old Locke was elected to a studentship as a King's Scholar to study at Christ Church, Oxford. He matriculated on 27 November 1652. He would remain at Oxford for most of the next 15 years until 1667, although he was not always in residence. Oxford was to change Locke's life in lasting ways. For one thing, he began to mix with other young scholars whose intellectual attainments would be great, such as fellow King's Scholar John Dryden, 1631 to 1700. Importantly, it was at Oxford that Locke began to pursue scientific interests in a serious way. One of Locke's notable 20th century biographers, Maurice Cranson, 1920 to 1993, casts Locke's turn to science in this way. When he looked back on the troubled history of his country, Locke saw two particularly potent sources of human error. One was unreflective adhesion to tradition, the fault especially of royalists in political and social life and the philosophers in academic life. The other was enthusiasm, or the reliance on emotional convictions as a basis of truth, the fault especially of Puritans and dissenters. Reacting against both these attitudes, Locke embraced science gratefully. Science, as Locke understood it, was somewhat Baconian. It offered better methods of getting at truth, the possibilities of progress, and a model of collective endeavors which might transform the world. Locke graduated BA on 14th February 1656, and then 2 years and a few months later MA on 29 June 1658. At Oxford, he also began to study medicine, a pursuit which occupied him for many years and was one of the two ways to become a scientist in the 17th century. The other way was to study mathematics. Locke took the first, Isaac Newton 1942 to 1727, the second way. In 1660, King Charles II, 1630 to 1685, was restored to the English throne, bringing an end to the Republican interruption. These were developments that Locke welcomed. At about the same time, Locke's father died on 13th February 1661, leaving a small inheritance of land and properties for his sons. These are also the years in which Locke increasingly turned his attention to writing, mostly on political topics. Among the texts were what would become his two tracts on government, work not published until the 20th century. In the early 1660s, Locke held a number of positions at Oxford, including in 1664 an appointment as censor of moral philosophy at Christ Church. He also worked as a tutor and wrote, including the text of what would later be published as Essays on the Law of Nature, while he otherwise absorbed much that was going on in the intellectual life of the college. While today we often think of Locke as being a formal philosopher, it is important to remember that he was never so in a narrow way. Locke wrote philosophy, but he wrote on many other topics as well, including medicine, chemistry, political economy, theology, and education. His first publications were poems. He was also active on the fringes of the political world, first in 1665 as a secretary to Sir Walter Vane, who was sent on a diplomatic mission to the Elector of Brandenburg at Cleves. Locke began then to know Europe. Some of Locke's varied and wide-ranging interests come through in his friends. One of these was James Tyrrell, 1642 to 1718, who, like Locke, would later publish an attack on Sir Robert Filmer, c. 1588 to 1653, in the Patriarch Unmonarched, 1681, and again in his much-read 5-volume historical work, The General History of England, both ecclesiastical and civil, 1700 to 1704. Another friend was Robert Boyle, 1627 to 1691, who, like Locke, had varied interests of his own. Today, we remember Boyle as the father of modern chemistry and for Boyle's law, but his wide-ranging interests included many aspects of natural philosophy and its relation to other topics, including theology. At Oxford, Boyle maintained a laboratory and gathered around him like-minded scholars. An important forum here was the Oxford Experimental Philosophy Club, whose members included John Wilkins, 1614 to 1672, John Wallis, 1616 to 1704, Robert Hooke, 1635 to 1703, and others who became founders of the Royal Society. Wilkins, later a bishop, wrote its history. Wallis was an important mathematician, and Hooke its experimenter and one of the most important English scientists of the time. Another lasting acquaintance dating from his Oxford years was Lord Anthony Ashley Cooper, 1621 to 1683, later the first Earl of Shaftesbury. In 1666, Locke was introduced to Lord Ashley by his friend Dr. David Thomas, an Oxford scholar in Boyle's circle, with whom Locke had earlier made chemical experiments. Locke and Lord Ashley got on well. So well that in 1667 Locke was invited to live at Exeter House in the Strand, Lord Ashley's London residence. He accepted. He acted as Ashley's personal doctor, tutored various family members, including the future third Earl, later author of The Characteristics of Men, Manners, Opinions, Times, 1711, and also widened his circle of friends, which now included many of the leading physicians of the age, such as Dr. Thomas Sydenham, 1624 to 1689. Sydenham had been a surgeon during the Civil Wars and had recently published a controversial book based partly on his experiences, Methodus Curendi Fevers, the method of curing fevers. Locke mixed with other medical experts, and his own skills had improved such that when his patron became ill with a life-threatening liver problem, Locke successfully operated on him, inserting a silver pipe to drain the abscess. The move to London also brought Locke to the centre of England's political life in the turbulent 1660s and 1670s. Ashley was a Whig in a world more conservative than he. By the late 1660s, Locke had published a number of medical tracts, had produced his an essay concerning toleration. Ashley, an early champion of toleration, had been instrumental here and had begun to be noted by the learned world. One indication of this was his election on 23 November 1668 to the Royal Society. That same year, on Ashley's urging, Locke became involved in the Lords Proprietors of Carolina, although what precise role he played in the drafting of the fundamental constitutions for the government of Carolina remains unclear. By the early 1670s, probably as early as 1671, writing in what he described as a discontinued way, Locke had produced a complete draft of what would later be published as the Essay Concerning Human Understanding. In fact, two early manuscripts of the essay have survived that date to this period. About this time, he also became acquainted with John Aubrey, 1626 to 1697, a close friend of Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679. The authoritarianism and contract theory of Hobbes' Leviathan, 1651, demonstrably impacted on Locke's developing political ideas. In 1675, partly due to ill health, Locke toured parts of France, staying for times at Montpellier, Toulouse, and Paris before making his way back to Oxford in 1679. He brought with him a fascinating travel diary and gave thought to his essay, but there were other things on his mind during these years too. As Shaftesbury became more and more embroiled in English politics, so did Locke. He had begun as a medical advisor and household tutor, but increasingly became one of Shaftesbury's advisors and collaborators on all things political. Along with a group of similarly minded Whigs, Shaftesbury was intent that King Charles II exclude his brother James, a Catholic, from any right to succeed to the throne of England. The parliamentary debates and pamphlet war which resulted gave rise to what is known as the Exclusion Crisis. Shaftesbury and Locke were playing a dangerous game. Shaftesbury came under suspicion for high treason and found himself imprisoned for a time in the Tower of London. When released in 1682, he made his way to Netherlands, dying there in 1683. Sometime in the late 1670s or early 1680s, Locke appears to have sketched out the bulk of his two treatises, although scholars continue to debate precisely when that project was completed. In 1683, fearing for his own life because of his connections with Shaftesbury, Locke also fled to the Netherlands, living there until 1689. In the Netherlands, he continued to work on the text of his essay, especially on what would be books 3 and 4. When the events of the Glorious Revolution 1688 to 89 made William and Mary England's rulers, Locke returned to England. He did so with completed drafts of the essay and two treatises. In November 1689, the two treatises was advertised. In December 1689, the essay was first published, although the date on the title page was 1690. An edition dedicated to Thomas Herbert, 8th Earl of Pembroke, c. 1656 to 1733. In 1691, Locke, now in his late 50s, accepted an invitation to live with Sir Francis Masham, 1646 to 1723, and his wife Lady Damaris Cudworth Masham, mentioned earlier in this essay as one of Locke's early biographers. In the Masham's manor house, Oates, located in High Laver, Essex, Locke occupied several rooms and found housing for his personal library, which by that time contained over 5,000 volumes. In this setting, he continued to write, publishing some thoughts concerning education, 1693, and the reasonableness of Christianity, 1695, among other smaller things. He also continued to revise what he had previously published, and all the time he remained gainfully employed in political life. He acted for the Carolina Company and was a commissioner of the Board of Trade and Plantations. Locke died on 28 October 1704. The essay. Biographers of Locke often discuss his second treatise before they discuss his essay. However, there are compelling reasons for looking at the philosophical work before the political one. Certainly, it was the essay concerning human understanding that secured Locke's reputation in the history of ideas in the 18th century. As the Locke scholar Alexander Campbell Fraser, 1819 to 1914, once put it, few books in the literature of philosophy have so widely represented the spirit of the age and country in which they appeared, or have so influenced opinion afterwards, as Locke's essay concerning human understanding. How do we explain that impact? What was it that Locke said that was so compelling, and how did his philosophical thought inform what he wrote on political theory? The starting point for much of Locke's philosophy was his keenness to explore how it was that humans arrived at their knowledge of the world. What do humans know? How do they know what they know? These are the basic questions that interested him. As he put it in the Epistle to the Reader, a sort of preface to the essay reprinted below, Locke's starting point was to examine our own abilities and see what objects our understandings were or were not fitted to deal with. His intended reading audience was not one of scholars and philosophers shut up in their closets. He writes, I pretend not to publish this essay for the information of men of large thoughts and quick apprehensions. To such masters of knowledge I profess myself a scholar, and therefore warn them beforehand not to expect anything here, but what, being spun out of my own coarse thoughts, is fitted to men of my own size, to whom perhaps it will not be unacceptable that I have taken some pains to make plain and familiar to their thoughts some truths which established prejudice or the abstractness of the ideas themselves might render difficult. Locke was philosophy with a purpose, as John W. Yalton, 1921 to 2005, has shown. The essay is about human understanding, but it is also an essay on man. Man is both a physical and rational being, an actor in the material and social worlds, and a moral being striving to live in a way that earns him a place in the next life. Locke saw himself as part of a larger endeavour here. As he put it in an often quoted passage, the commonwealth of learning is not at this time without master builders, whose mighty designs in advancing the sciences will leave lasting monuments to the admiration of posterity. But everyone must not hope to be a Boyle or a Sydenham, and in an age that produces such masters as the great Hyginus and the incomparable Mr. Newton, with some others of that strain, it is ambition enough to be employed as an under-labourer in clearing the ground a little and removing some of the rubbish that lies in the way to knowledge. Locke's essay is divided into 4 books of innate notions, of ideas, of words, and of knowledge and opinion. The introductory section to Book 1 might usefully be thought of as an introduction to the whole. Locke there explains that he will follow what he calls an historical plain method. In short, he will look at the facts given in collections of them, his histories. He will attempt to search out the bounds between opinion and knowledge, and examine by what measures in things whereof we have no certain knowledge we ought to regulate our assent and moderate our persuasion. This method, he writes, might efficiently be divided into 3 prongs. First, I shall inquire into the original of those ideas, notions, or whatever else you please to call them, which a man observes and is conscious to himself he has in his mind, and the ways whereby the understanding comes to be furnished with them. Secondly, I shall endeavour to show what knowledge the understanding hath by those ideas, and the certainty, evidence, and extent of it. Thirdly, I shall make some inquiry into the nature and grounds of faith or opinion, whereby I mean that assent which we give to any proposition as true, of whose truth yet we have no certain knowledge, and here we shall have occasion to examine the reasons and degrees of assent. What lessons will these inquiries teach us? Locke's message partly is one of moderation. He says he wants to prevail with the busy mind of man to be more cautious in meddling with things exceeding its comprehension, to stop when it is at the utmost extent of its tether, and to sit down in a quiet ignorance of those things which, upon examination, are found to be beyond the reach of our capacities. But setting these limits to the human capacity to know ought not to freeze or even slow human initiative. It should not lead us to skeptical resignation. Far from it. If we will disbelieve everything because we cannot certainly know all things, we shall do as wisely as he who would not use his legs but sit still and perish because he had no wings to fly. Knowing one's limits, then, is a liberating thing. In Locke's system, human agency is a winner. In Book 1, Locke shows that, contrary to what was commonly believed to be the case in writers such as René Descartes, 1596 to 1650, or Locke's own contemporaries, the Cambridge Platonists, there are no innate principles or primary notions that are stamped upon the mind of man. Locke's approach is an empirical one that harks back to Francis Bacon, 1651 to 1626, Pierre Gassendi, 1592 to 1655, and even Malebranche, 1638 to 1715, and to scientists like Galileo, 1564 to 1642. For them and him, observation is the place to start one's investigation. Look about and measure. Mankind, as he is found in the world, is what we can know. In the essay, Locke appeals to those who look to the history of mankind, casting their eyes abroad beyond the smoke of their own chimneys. Doing so shows that there are no innate ideas implanted in the human mind. Where do those ideas come from? Book 2 of Ideas is the longest book of the volume, but its premise can be put quite simply. Locke asks at the outset, let us then suppose the mind to be, as we say, white paper void of all characters, without any ideas. How comes it to be furnished? His answer, in one word, from experience, he explains. Our observation, employed either about external sensible objects or about the internal operations of our minds perceived and reflected on by ourselves, is that which supplies our understandings with all the materials of thinking. These two are the fountains of knowledge from whence all the ideas we have or can naturally have do spring. First, our senses, conversant about particular sensible objects, do convey into the mind several distinct perceptions of things according to those various ways wherein those objects do affect them. This process Locke denotes as sensation. A second source of ideas Locke labels reflection. Reflection is the perception of the operations of our own minds within us, and it is employed about the ideas it has got. Or, in a sentence, these two, I say, viz. External material things as the objects of sensation and the operations of our own mind within as the objects of reflection, are to me the only originals from whence all our ideas take their beginnings. Much of the remainder of Book 2 is an elaboration of this central point and an effort to define types or sorts of ideas: simple, complex, clear, obscure, distinct, complex, fantastical, adequate, inadequate, true, false, etc., and to differentiate them one from the other. And the concluding chapter of the Association of Ideas is an important one. Here, Locke argues that some of our ideas have a natural correspondence and connection one with another, so much so that our reason might hold them together. As well, he argues, there is another connection of ideas wholly owing to chance or custom. Ideas that in themselves are not all of kin come to be so united in some men's minds that it is very hard to separate them. They always keep in company, and the one no sooner at any time comes into their understanding, but its associate appears with it. And if there are more than two which are thus united, the whole gang, always inseparable, show themselves together. This wrong connection of ideas Locke holds responsible for many ills, and these he paints with a number of memorable examples. For instance, he says, many children, in imputing the pain they endured at school to the books they were corrected for, so join those ideas together that a book becomes their aversion, and they are never reconciled to the study and use of them all their lives after, and thus reading becomes a torment to them which otherwise possibly they might have made the great pleasure of their lives. Such wrong connections are even the root of hatreds that are often begotten from slight and almost innocent occasions, and quarrels propagated and continued in the world. Book 3 traces parts of the natural history of language, the starting point of which is man's sociability. God, having designed man for a sociable creature, made him not only with an inclination and under a necessity to have fellowship with those of his own kind, but furnished him also with language, which was to be the great instrument and common tie of society. Locke explores the significance of words and terms and the process of naming. He also gives considerable space to problems associated with language and words. Words are frequently imperfect, as the very nature of words makes it almost unavoidable for many of them to be doubtful and uncertain in their significations. But even worse, words are often abused on purpose, as Locke puts it. Besides the imperfection that is naturally in language, and the obscurity and confusion that is so hard to be avoided in the use of words, there are several willful faults and neglects which men are guilty of in this way of communication, whereby they render these signs less clear and distinct in their signification than naturally they need to be. That is especially so at the hands of so-called learned disputants and all-knowing doctors whose parts and learning are estimated by their skill in disputing, rather than by a true measure of knowledge. In a memorable passage worth quoting at length, Locke has a go at such false notions of human understanding linked to the penchant of disputing. This, though a very useless skill, and that which I think the direct opposite to the ways of knowledge, hath yet passed hitherto under the laudable and esteemed names of subtlety and acuteness, and has had the applause of the schools and encouragement of one part of the learned men of the world. And no wonder, since the philosophers of old, the disputing and wrangling philosophers, such as Lucian, Vitally, and with reason Taxis, and the schoolmen, since aiming at glory and esteem for their great and universal knowledge, easier a great deal to be pretended to than really acquired, found this a good expedient to cover their ignorance with a curious and inexplicable web of perplexed words, and procure to themselves the admiration of others by unintelligible terms, the apter to produce wonder because they could not be understood, whilst it appears in all history that these profound doctors were no wiser nor more useful than their neighbours, and wrought but small advantage to human life or the societies wherein they lived. Precisely who Locke had in his crosshairs here, modern scholars continue to debate, but it is clear they included scholastics, Aristotelians, and probably those who had presented great systems immodestly explaining everything. With this background established in the first 3 books of the essay, Locke is ready to turn to his theory of knowledge. Knowledge, he writes, seems to me to be nothing but the perception of the connection and agreement, or disagreement and repugnancy of any of our ideas. In this alone it consists. Locke devotes a series of chapters to sorting out the degrees, extent, and reality of our knowledge. Other chapters explore topics such as our knowledge of the existence of God, the improvement of knowledge, probability, the distinction between faith and reason, and enthusiasm. All of those topics would be explored and debated by thinkers later in the 18th century. Some of those debates started right away and involved Locke himself. For instance, Edward Stillingfleet, Bishop of Worcester, 1635 to 1699, published in 1697 his Discourse in Vindication of the Doctrine of the Trinity, a volume that presented Locke as an enemy of Christianity. This led to a famous exchange between Locke and Stillingfleet. Locke first countered with his letter to the Right Reverend Edward, Lord Bishop of Winchester, 1697. Locke replied. The Battle of the Books continued with several more shots until Stillingfleet died in 1699. One of Locke's most lasting legacies was the turn to empiricism that he gave 18th century philosophy generally and its British variety in particular. There, among many others, Locke's impact is seen clearly in the philosophical treatises of George Berkeley, 1685 to 1752, and David Hume, 1711 to 1776. Locke's essay not only made an immediate splash with lasting ripples in Locke's native Britain, but also on the continent, particularly in Holland and France, where the book was quickly reviewed in some of the leading journals of the day, even though the first French edition was not published until 1700. Locke continued to revise the essay, which saw 4 English editions, second 1694, third 1695, fourth 1700, during the author's lifetime. The last edition, of which Locke had say, was the 5th edition, published posthumously in 1706. That is the edition reprinted below. The second treatise. Locke's second treatise of government was equally influential. The first treatise attacked what seems to us an absurd theory, but it was one widely held in his day when religion tinged every aspect of political thought. Indeed, in some places it persisted until 1918. For many believers in divine right theory, it seemed sensible to start a political book by looking at Adam and his sons. Locke demolished that view by showing its implausibility and inconsistency. The second treatise was more important, but its initial impact was somewhat muted, as many Locke scholars have aptly demonstrated, including the Canadian political scientist C.B. Macpherson, 1911 to 1987. The second treatise is independent of the first treatise. Indeed, writes Macpherson, Locke himself drew attention to the self-contained nature of the second treatise by inserting, apparently during the first printing of the 2 treatises, a new title for the second. It had originally been simply Book 2 of the 2 treatises, and this subtitle was retained, but it was also given a separate title, an essay concerning the true original extent and end of civil government. What is Locke's argument here? Locke's point of departure for the 19 chapters that comprise the second treatise was to take mankind as it is, to be found in its pre-civil state and the state of nature. This is both a construct and imagined as the state of the Iroquois and other people thought to be living without states. There, men were free to order their actions and to dispose of their possessions and persons as they think fit. At its core, Locke's state of nature should have been a state of peace, goodwill, mutual assistance, and preservation. Reason ought to have ruled, and often did. It is very different from the state of nature Hobbes imagined in Leviathan, one of the perpetual war of all against all. In such condition, there is no place for industry because the fruit thereof is uncertain, and consequently no culture of the earth, no navigation, nor the use of commodities that may be imported by sea, no commodious building, no instruments of moving and removing such things as require much force, no knowledge of the face of the earth, no account of time, no arts, no letters, no society, and which is worst of all, continual fear and danger of violent death, and the life of man solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Still, for Locke, human nature was not in the long term consistent with this. The state of nature was fraught with pitfalls. One arose because everyone has the executive power of the law of nature, and it is unreasonable for men to be judges in their own cases, as their abiding self-love will make men partial to themselves and to their friends. Therefore, in order to safeguard their peace and happiness, in order to offer a remedy to the inconveniences of the state of nature, man set upon civil government, which they entered into through a social contract. Entering into civil government through a social contract does not change the fact that the natural liberty of man is to be free from any superior power on earth, and not to be under the will or legislative authority of man, but to have only the law of nature for his rule. Civil government should abridge that natural freedom in the smallest way compatible with civil order and the security of lives and properties. Few of Locke's chapters have drawn as much comment from modern commentators as his chapter of property. Famously, Locke argues there that every man has a property in his own person. This nobody has any right to but himself. The labor of his body and the work of his hands, we may say, are properly his. Contemporaries read that section with interest, as they did others. Revolutionary Americans, for instance, looked to Locke's second treatise in the wake of the Stamp Tax 1765 and Townshend Duties 1767, and found there an ideological defense of their property. They claimed a Lockean right to dispose and order as they wished their property, and not to be subject to the arbitrary will of another. Locke's 9th chapter of The Ends of Political Society and Government, which returned to that theme, was also cited often. The most frequently cited of Locke's chapters in the 18th century was his concluding chapter, the longest section of the book of the Dissolution of Government. There, Locke asserted that the end of government is the good of mankind. If the governed who had consented to be governed find the governor to have violated the trust put in him, then the governed, the people, had a right, even a duty, to rebel. He put it this way in the book's final paragraph: to conclude, the power that every individual gave the society when he entered into it can never revert to the individuals again, as long as the society lasts, but will always remain in the community, because without this there can be no community, no commonwealth, which is contrary to the original agreement. So also, when the society hath placed the legislative in any assembly of men, to continue in them and their successors with direction and authority for providing such successors, the legislative can never revert to the people whilst that government lasts, because Having provided a legislative with power to continue forever, they have given up their political power to the legislative and cannot resume it. That looks Hobbesian, but Locke went on to insist that government is a trust, a delegated authority to be used for the benefit of those who created the trust. But if they have set limits to the duration of their legislative and made this supreme power in any person or assembly only temporary, or else, when by the miscarriages of those in authority it is forfeited, upon the forfeiture or at the determination of the time set, it reverts to the society, and the people have a right to act as supreme and continue the legislative in themselves, or erect a new form, or under the old form place it in new hands as they think good. As Harvard historian Bernard Bailyn pointed out in a volume published more than 50 years ago in 18th century America, Locke is cited often with precision on points of political theory, but at other times he is referred to in the most offhanded way, as if he could be relied on to support anything the writers happened to be arguing. For similar reasons, Merle Curti could write an informative essay more than 75 years ago referring to the great Mr. Locke, America's philosopher. There is overstatement in that claim, but also a good deal of empirical truth. Locke's second treatise was reprinted 3 times during Locke's lifetime: 1690, 1694, and 1698. To his copy of the third edition, Locke made substantial recommendations for revisions in a new edition. Those were taken into account in the sixth edition of 1764, the edition reprinted below. We might find in Locke not only a justification for the English people to have resisted Charles I in the Civil War, Charles II in the 1660s, and for the Glorious Revolution of 1688/89, but also for the Americans to resist George III in the 1770s. Indeed, the timelessness of Locke's second treatise was such that it could, and did, become a pillar of what we have come to know as the modern liberal democratic state. Mark Spencer, Brock University, Canada. Essay concerning human understanding. To the Right Honourable Thomas, Earl of Pembroke and Montgomery, Baron Herbert of Cardiff, Lord Ross of Kendal, Pa Fitzhugh, Marmion, St. Quintin and Sherland, Lord President of His Majesty's Most Honourable Privy Council, and Lord Lieutenant of the County of Wilts and of South Wales. The Epistle Dedicatory. My Lord, this treatise, which has grown up under your Lordship's eye, and has ventured into the world by your order, does now, by a natural kind of right, come to your Lordship for that protection which you several years since promised it. 'Tis not that I think any name, how great soever, set at the beginning of a book, will be able to cover the faults that are to be found in it. Things in print must stand and fall by their own worth or the reader's fancy, but there being nothing more to be desired for truth than a fair unprejudiced hearing, nobody is more likely to procure me that than your Lordship, who are allowed to have got so intimate an acquaintance with her in her more retired recesses. Your Lordship is known to have so far advanced your speculations in the most abstract and general knowledge of things, beyond the ordinary reach or common methods, that your allowance and approbation of the design of this treatise will at least preserve it from being condemned without reading, and will prevail to have those parts a little weighed, which might otherwise perhaps be thought to deserve no consideration for being somewhat out of the common road. The imputation of novelty is a terrible charge amongst those who judge of men's heads as they do of their perukes by the fashion, and can allow none to be right but the received doctrines. Truth scarce ever yet carried it by vote anywhere at its first appearance. Now opinions are always suspected and usually opposed without any other reason but because they are not already common. But truth, like gold, is not the less so for being newly brought out of the mine. It is trial and examination must give it price, and not any antique fashion, and though it be not yet current by the public stamp, yet it may, for all that, be as old as nature, and is certainly not the less genuine. Your Lordship can give great and convincing instances of this whenever you please to oblige the public with some of those large and comprehensive discoveries you have made of truths hitherto unknown, unless to some few from whom your Lordship has been pleased not wholly to conceal them. This alone were a sufficient reason, were there no other, why I should dedicate this essay to your Lordship, and its having some little correspondence with some parts of that nobler and vast system of the sciences your Lordship has made so new, exact, and instructive a draught of. I think it glory enough, if your Lordship permit me to boast, that here and there I have fallen into some thoughts wholly different from yours. Thoughts not wholly different from yours. If your Lordship think fit that by your encouragement this should appear in the world, I hope it may be a reason some time or other to lead your Lordship further, and you will allow me to say that you here give the world an earnest of something that, if they can bear with this, will be truly worth their expectation. This, my lord, shows what a present I here make to your Lordship, just such as the poor man does to his rich and great neighbour, by whom the basket of flowers or fruit is not ill taken, though he has more plenty of his own growth, and in much greater perfection. Worthless things receive a value when they are made the offerings of respect, esteem, and gratitude. These you have given me so mighty and peculiar reasons to have, in the highest degree, for your Lordship, that if they can add a price to what they go along with, proportionable to their own greatness, I can with confidence brag I here make your Lordship the richest present you ever received. This I am sure I am under the greatest obligations to seek all occasions to acknowledge a long train of favours I have received from your Lordship. Favours, though great and important in themselves, yet made much more so by the forwardness, concern, and kindness, and other obliging circumstances that never failed to accompany them. To all this you are pleased to add that which gives yet more weight and relish to all the rest. You vouchsafe to continue me in some degrees of your esteem, and allow me a place in your good thoughts. I had almost said friendship. This, my lord, your words and actions so constantly show on all occasions, even to others when I am absent, that it is not vanity in me to mention what everybody knows, but it would be want of good manners not to acknowledge what so many are witnesses of, and every day tell me I am indebted to your Lordship for. I wish they could as easily assist my gratitude as they convince me of the great and growing engagements it has to your Lordship. This I am sure I should write of the understanding without having any, if I were not extremely sensible of them, and did not lay hold on this opportunity to testify to the world how much I am obliged to be, and how much I am. My lord, your Lordship's most humble and most obedient servant, John Locke, Dorset Court, 24th of May, 1689. The epistle to the reader. I have put into thy hands what has been the diversion of some of my idle and heavy hours. If it has the good luck to prove so of any of thine, and thou hast but half so much pleasure in reading as I had in writing it, thou wilt as little think thy money as I do my pains ill bestowed. Mistake not this for a commendation of my work, nor conclude, because I was pleased with the doing of it, that therefore I am fondly taken with it now it is done. He that hawks at larks and sparrows has no less sport, though a much less considerable quarry, than he that flies at nobler game, and he is little acquainted with the subject of this treatise, the understanding, who does not know that, as it is the most elevated faculty of the soul, so it is employed with a greater and more constant delight than any of the other. Its searches after truth are a sort of hawking and hunting, wherein the very pursuit makes a great part of the pleasure. Every step the mind takes in its progress towards knowledge makes some discovery which is not only new, but the best too, for the time at least. For the understanding, like the eye, judging of objects only by its own sight, cannot but be pleased with what it discovers, having less regret for what has escaped it, because it is unknown. Thus he who has raised himself above the alms basket, and, not content to live lazily on scraps of beggared opinions, sets his own thoughts on work to find and follow truth, will, whatever he lights on, not miss the hunter's satisfaction. Every moment of his pursuit will reward his pains with some delight, and he will have reason to think his time not ill spent, even when he cannot much boast of any great acquisition. This, reader, is the entertainment of those who let loose their own thoughts and follow them in writing, which thou oughtest not to envy them, since they afford thee an opportunity of the like diversion, if thou wilt make use of thy own thoughts in reading. It is to them, if they are thy own, that I refer myself, but if they are taken upon trust from others, it is no great matter what they are not following truth, but some meaner consideration, and 'tis not worth while to be concerned what he says or thinks, who says or thinks only as he is directed by another. If thou judgest for thyself, I know thou wilt judge candidly, and then I shall not be harmed or offended, whatever be thy censure. For though it be certain that there is nothing in this treatise of the truth whereof I am not fully persuaded, yet I consider myself as liable to mistake as I can think thee. And now that this book must stand or fall with thee, not by any opinion I have of it, but thy own. If thou findest little in it new or instructive to thee, thou art not to blame me for it. It was not meant for those that had already mastered this subject and made a thorough acquaintance with their own understandings, but for my own information and the satisfaction of a few friends who acknowledged themselves not to have sufficiently considered it. Were it fit to trouble thee with the history of this essay, I should tell thee that 5 or 6 friends meeting at my chamber and discussing on a subject very remote from this found themselves quickly at a stand by the difficulties that rose on every side. After we had a while puzzled ourselves without coming any nearer a resolution of those doubts which perplexed us, it came into my thoughts that we took a wrong course, and that before we set ourselves upon inquiries of that nature, it was necessary to examine our own abilities and see what objects our understandings were or were not fitted to deal with. This I proposed to the company, who all readily assented, and thereupon it was agreed that this should be our first inquiry. Some hasty and undigested thoughts on a subject I had never before considered, which I set down against our next meeting, gave the first entrance into this course, into this discourse, which, having been thus begun by chance, was continued by entreaty, written by incoherent parcels, and after long intervals of neglect resumed again, as my humour or occasions permitted, and at last, in a retirement where an attendance on my health gave me leisure, it was brought into that order, though now ceased it. This discontinued way of writing may have occasioned, besides others, two contrary faults, viz., that too little and too much may be said in it. If thou findest anything wanting, I shall be glad that what I have written gives thee any desire that I should have gone further. If it seems too much to thee, thou must blame the subject, for when I put pen to paper, I thought all I should have to say on this matter would have been contained in one sheet of paper. But the further I went, the larger prospect I had. New discoveries led me still on, and so it grew insensibly to the bulk it now appears in. I will not deny, but possibly it might be reduced to a narrower compass than it is, and that some parts of it might be contracted, the way it has been writ in by catches and many long intervals of interruption, being apt to cause some repetitions. But to confess the truth, I am now too lazy or too busy to make it shorter. I am not ignorant how little I herein consult my own reputation, when I knowingly let it go with a fault so apt to disgust the most judicious, who are always the nicest readers. But they who know sloth is apt to content itself with any excuse will pardon me if mine has prevailed on me, where I think I have a very good one. I will not, therefore, allege in my defence that the same notion, having different respects, may be convenient or necessary to prove or illustrate several parts of the same discourse, and that so it has happened in many parts of this. But waiving that, I shall frankly avow that I have sometimes dwelt long upon the same argument, and expressed it different ways with a quite different design. I pretend not to publish this essay for the information of men of large thoughts and quick apprehensions. So to such masters of knowledge I profess myself a scholar, and therefore warn them beforehand not to expect anything here but what, being spun out of my own coarse thoughts, is fitted to men of my own size, to whom perhaps it will not be unacceptable that I have taken some pains to make plain and familiar to their thoughts some truths which established prejudice, or the abstractedness of the ideas themselves might render difficult. Some objects had need be turned on every side, and when the notion is new, as I confess some of these are to me, or out of the ordinary road, as I suspect they will appear to others, it is not one simple view of it that will gain it admittance into every understanding, or fix it there with a clear and lasting impression. There are few, I believe, who have not observed in themselves or others that what in one way of proposing was very obscure, another way of expressing it has made very clear and intelligible, though afterwards the mind found little difference in the phrases and wondered why one failed to be understood more than the other. But everything does not hit alike upon every man's imagination. We have our understandings no less different than our palates, and he that thinks the same truth shall be equally relished by everyone in the same dress may as well hope to feast everyone with the same sort of cookery. The meat may be the same and the nourishment good, yet everyone not be able to receive it with that seasoning, and it must be dressed another way if you will have it go down with some, even of strong constitutions. The truth is, those who advised me to publish it advised me for this reason to publish it as it is, and since I have been brought to let it go abroad, I desire it should be understood by whoever gives himself the pains to read it. I have so little affection to be in print, that if I were not flattered this essay might be of some use to others, as I think it has been to me, I should have confined it to the view of some friends who gave the first occasion to it. My appearing, therefore, in print being on purpose to be as useful as I may, I think it necessary to make what I have to say as easy and intelligible to all sorts of readers as I can. And I had much rather the speculative and quick-sighted should complain of my being in some parts tedious, than that any one not accustomed to abstract speculations or prepossessed with different notions should mistake or not comprehend my meaning. It will possibly be censured as a great piece of vanity or insolence in me to pretend to instruct this our knowing age, it amounting to little less, when I own that I publish this essay with hopes it may be useful to others. But if it may be permitted to speak freely of those who with a feigned modesty condemn as useless what they themselves write, methinks it savours much more of vanity or insolence to publish a book for any other end, and he fails very much of that respect he owes to the public, who prints and consequently expects men should read, that wherein he intends not they should meet with anything of use to themselves or others, and should nothing else be found allowable in this treatise, yet my design will not cease to be so, and the goodness of my intention not to be some excuse for the worthlessness of my present. It is that chiefly which secures me from the fear of censure, which I expect not to escape more than better writers. Men's principles, notions, and relishes are so different that it is hard to find a book which pleases or displeases all men. I acknowledge the age we live in is not the least knowing, and therefore not the most easy to be satisfied. If I have not the good luck to please, yet nobody ought to be offended with me. I plainly tell all my readers, except half a dozen, this treatise was not at first intended for them, and therefore they need not be at the trouble to be of that number. But yet if any one thinks fit to be angry and rail at it, he may do it securely, for I shall find some better way of spending my time than in such kind of conversation. I shall always have the satisfaction to have aimed sincerely at truth and usefulness, though in one of the meanest ways. The commonwealth of learning is not at this time without master builders, whose mighty designs in advancing the sciences will leave lasting monuments to the admiration of posterity. But everyone must not hope to be a Boyle or a Sydenham, and in an age that produces such masters as the great Hygienius and the incomparable Mr. Newton, with some others of that strain, it is ambition enough to be employed as an under-labourer in cleaning the ground a little and removing some of the rubbish that lies in the way to knowledge, which sadly had been very much more advanced in the world if the endeavours of ingenious and industrious men had not been much cumbered with the learned but frivolous use of the uncouth, affected, and unintelligible terms introduced into the sciences, and there made an art of, to that degree that philosophy, which is nothing but the true knowledge of things, was thought unfit or incapable to be brought into well-bred company and polite conversation. Vague and insignificant forms of speech and abuse of language have so long passed for mysteries of science, and hard and misapplied words with little or no meaning have, by prescription, such a right to be mistaken for deep learning and height of speculation, that it will not be easy to persuade either those who speak or those who hear them that they are but the covers of ignorance and the hindrance of true knowledge. To break in upon this sanctuary of vanity and ignorance will be, I suppose, some service to human understanding, though a few are apt to think they deceive or are deceived in the use of words, or that the language of the sect they are of has any faults in it which ought to be examined or corrected. That I hope I shall be pardoned if I have in the third book dwelt long on this subject and endeavoured to make it so plain that neither the inveterateness of the mischief, nor the prevalency of the fashion shall be any excuse for those who will not take care about the meaning of their own words, and will not suffer the significancy of their expressions to be inquired into. I have been told that a short epitome of this treatise, which was printed in 1688, was by some condemned without reading, because innate ideas were denied in it, thereto hastily concluding that if innate ideas were not supposed, there would be little left either of the notion or proof of spirits. If anyone take the like offence at the entrance of this treatise, I shall desire him to read it through, and then I hope he will be convinced that the taking away false foundations is not to the prejudice but advantage of truth, which is never injured or endangered so much as when mixed with or built on falsehood. The second edition I added as follows. The bookseller will not forgive me if I say nothing of this second edition, which he has promised, by the correctness of it, shall make amends for the many faults committed in the former. He desires, too, that it should be known that it has one whole new chapter concerning identity, and many additions and amendments in other places. These, I must inform my reader, are not all new matter, but most of them either further confirmation of what I had said, or explications to prevent others being mistaken in the sense of what was formerly printed, and not any variation in me from it. I must only accept the alterations I have made in Book 2, Chapter 21. What I had there writ concerning liberty and the will, I thought deserved an accurate view, as I am capable of. Those subjects, having in all ages exercised the learned part of the world with questions and difficulties that have not a little perplexed morality and divinity, those parts of knowledge that men are most concerned to be clear in, upon a closer inspection into the working of men's minds, and a stricter examination of those motives and views they are turned by, I have found reason somewhat to alter the thoughts I formerly had concerning that which gives the last determination to the will in all voluntary actions. This I cannot forbear to acknowledge to the world with as much freedom and readiness as I at first published what then seemed to me to be right, thinking myself more concerned to quit and renounce any opinion of my own than oppose that of another, when truth appears against it. For it is truth alone I seek, and that will always be welcome to me, when or from whensoever it comes. But what forwardness soever I have to resign any opinion I have, or to recede from anything I have read, upon the first evidence of any error in it. Yet this I must own, that I have not had the good luck to receive any light from those exceptions I have met with in print against any part of my book, nor have, from anything that has been urged against it, found reason to alter my sense in any of the points that has been questioned. Whether the subject I have in hand requires often more thought and attention than cursory readers, at least such as are presupposed, are willing to allow, or whether any obscurity in my expressions casts a cloud over it, and these notions are made difficult to others' apprehensions in my way of treating them. So it is that my meaning, I find, is often mistaken, and I have not the good luck to be everywhere rightly understood. There are so many instances of this that I think it justice to my reader and myself to conclude that either my book is plainly enough written to be rightly understood by those who pursue it with the attention and indifferency which everyone who will give himself the pains to read ought to employ in reading, or else that I have written mine so obscurely that it is in vain to go about to mend it. Whichever of these be the truth, it is myself only am affected thereby, and therefore I shall be far from troubling my reader with what I think might be said in answer to those several objections I have met with to passage here and there of my books. since I persuade myself that he who thinks them of moment enough to be concerned whether they are true or false will be able to see that what is said is either not well-founded or else not contrary to my doctrine, when I and my opposer come both to be well understood. If any, careful that none of their good thoughts should be lost, have published their censures of my essay with this honour done to it, that they will not suffer it to be an essay, I leave it to the public to value the obligation they have to their critical pens, and shall not waste my readers' time in so idle or ill-natured an employment of mine as to lessen the satisfaction anyone has in himself or gives to others in so hasty a confutation of what I have written. The booksellers, preparing for the 4th edition of my essay, gave me notice of it, that I might, if I had leisure, make any additions or alterations I should think fit. Whereupon I thought it convenient to advertise the reader that besides several corrections I had made here and there was one alteration which it was necessary to mention, because it ran through the whole book and is of consequence to be rightly understood. What I thereupon said was this: clear and distinct ideas are terms which, though familiar and frequent in men's mouths, I have reason to think everyone who uses does not perfectly understand, and possibly it is but here and there one who gives himself the trouble to consider them so far as to know what he himself or others precisely mean by them. I have therefore in most places chosen to put determinate or determined instead of clear and distinct, as more likely to direct men's thoughts to my meaning in this matter. By those denominations I mean some object in the mind, and consequently determined, i.e. such as it is there seen and perceived to be. This, I think, may fitly be called a determinate or determined idea, when such as it is at any time objectively in the mind, and so determined there it is annexed and without variation determined to a name or articulate sound, which is to be steadily the sign of that very same object of the mind or determinate idea. To explain this a little more particularly, by determinate, when applied to a simple idea, I mean that simple appearance which the mind has in its view or perceives in itself when that idea is said to be in it. By determined, when applied to a complex idea, I mean such as one as consists of a determinate number of certain simple or less complex ideas joined in such a proportion and situation as the mind has before its view and sees in itself when that idea is present in it or should be present in it. When a man gives a name to it, I say should be, because it is not everyone, nor perhaps anyone, who is so careful of his language as to use no word till he views in his mind the precise determined idea which he resolves to make it the sign of. The want of this is the cause of no small obscurity and confusion in men's thoughts and discourses. I know there are not words enough in any language to answer all the variety of ideas that enter into men's discourses and reasonings, but this hinders not but that when anyone uses any term, he may have in his mind a determined idea which he makes it the sign of, and to which he should keep it steadily annexed during that present discourse. Where he does not or cannot do this, he in vain pretends to clear or distinct ideas. It is plain his are not so, and therefore there can be expected nothing but obscurity and confusion where such terms are made use of which have not such a precise determination. Upon this ground I have thought to determine ideas a way of speaking less liable to mistakes than clear and distinct, and where men have got such determined ideas of all that they reason, inquire or argue about, they will find a great part of their doubts and disputes at an end. The greatest part of the questions and controversies that perplex mankind, depending on the doubtful and uncertain use of words, or, which is the same, indetermined ideas which they are made to stand for. I have made choice of these terms to signify some immediate object of the mind which it perceives and has before it, distinct from the sound it uses as a sign of it. That this idea, thus determined, i.e., which the mind has in itself and knows and sees there, be determined without any change to that name, and to that name determined to that precise idea. If men had such determined ideas in their inquiries and discourses, they would both discern how far their own inquiries and discourses went, and avoid the greatest part of the disputes and wranglings they have with others. Besides this, the bookseller will think it necessary I should advertise the reader that there is an edition of 2 chapters wholly new, the one of the association of ideas, the other of enthusiasm. These, with some other larger editions never before printed, he has engaged to print by themselves after the same manner and for the same purpose as was done when this essay had the second impression. In this 5th edition there is very little added or altered. The greatest part of what is new is contained in the 21st chapter of the second book, which anyone, if he thinks it worthwhile, may, with a very little labor, transcribe into the margin of the former edition. Book 1 of Innate Notions, Analytical Contents, Chapter 1, Introduction. An inquiry into the understanding, pleasant and useful. 2. Design. 3. Method. 4. Useful to know the extent of our comprehension. 5. Our capacity proportioned to our state and concerns to discover things useful to us. 6. Knowing the extent of our capacities will hinder us from useless curiosity, skepticism, and idleness. 7. Occasion of this essay. 8. What idea stands for. Chapter 2. No innate principles in the mind. 1. The way shown how we come by any knowledge sufficient to prove it not innate. 2. General assent, the great argument. 3. Universal consent proves nothing innate. 4. What is, and it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, not universally assented to. 5. Not on the mind, naturally imprinted because not known to children, idiots, etc. 6. 7. That men know them when they come to the use of reason, answered. 8. If reason discovered them, that would not prove them innate. 9 to 11. It is false that reason discovers them. 12. The coming to the use of reason, not the time we come to know these maxims. 13. By this they are not distinguished from other knowable truths. 14. If coming to the use of reason were the time of their discovery, it would not prove them innate. 15. 16. The steps by which the mind attains several truths. 17. Assenting as soon as proposed and understood proves them not innate. 18. If such an assent be a mark of innate, then that 1 and 2 are equal to 3, that sweetness is not bitterness, and 1,000 the like must be innate. Such less general propositions known before these universal maxims, 1 and 1 equal to 2, etc., not general nor useful, answered. These maxims, not being known, sometimes still proposed, proves them not innate. Implicitly known before proposing signifies that the mind is capable of understanding them, or else signifies nothing. The argument of assenting on first hearing is upon a false supposition of no precedent teaching, not innate because not universally assented to. These maxims not the first known, and so not innate. Not innate because they appear least where what is innate shows itself clearest. 28. Recapitulation. Chapter 3. No innate practical principles. 1. No moral principles so clear and so generally received as the forementioned speculative maxims. 2. Faith and justice not owned as principles by all men. 3. Objection. Though men deny them in their practice, yet they admit them in their thoughts answered. 4. Moral rules need a proof, ergo not innate. 5. Instance in keeping compacts. 6. Virtue generally approved not because innate but because profitable. 7. Men's actions convince us that the rule of virtue is not their internal principle. 8. Conscience no proof of any innate moral rule. 9. Instances of enormities practiced without remorse. 10. Men have contrary practical principles. 11. Whole nations reject several moral rules. 12. 13. Whatever practical rule is in any place generally and with allowance broken cannot be supposed innate. 14. Those who maintain innate practical principles tell us not what they are. 15 to 19. Lord Herbert's innate principles examined. 20. Objection. Innate principles may be corrupted answered. 21. Contrary principles in the world. 22 to 26. How men commonly come by their principles. 27. Principles must be examined. Chapter 4. Other considerations concerning innate principles, both speculative and practical. 1. Principles not innate unless their ideas be innate. 2. 3. Ideas, especially those belonging to principles not born with children. 4. 5. Identity and idea not innate. 6. Whole and part not innate ideas. 7. Idea of worship not innate. 8 to 11. Idea of God not innate. 12. Suitable to God's goodness that all men should have an idea of Him, therefore naturally imprinted by Him answered. 13 to 17. Ideas of God various in different men. 18. If the idea of God be not innate, no other can be supposed innate. 19. Idea of substance not innate. 20. No propositions can be innate since no ideas are innate. 21. No ideas are remembered till after they have been introduced. 22. Principles not innate because of little use or little certainty. 23. Difference of men's discoveries depends upon the different application of their faculties. 24. Men must think and know for themselves. 24. Whence the opinion of innate principles. 26. Conclusion. Chapter 1. Introduction. Since it is the understanding that sets man above the rest of sensible beings and gives him all the advantage and dominion which he has over them, it is certainly a subject, even for its nobleness, worth our labor to inquire into. The understanding, like the eye, whilst it makes us see and perceive all other things, takes no notice of itself, and it requires art and pains to set it at a distance and make it its own object. But whatever be the difficulties that lie in the way of this inquiry, whatever it be that keeps us so much in the dark to ourselves, sure I am that all the light we can let in upon our minds, all the acquaintance we can make with our own understandings, will not only be very pleasant, but brings us great advantage in directing our thoughts in the search of other things. This, therefore, being my purpose, to inquire into the original certainty and extent of human knowledge, together with the grounds and degrees of belief, opinion, and assent, I shall not at present meddle with the physical consideration of the mind, or trouble myself to examine wherein its essence consists, or by what motions of our spirits or alterations of our bodies we come to have any sensation by our organs, or any ideas in our understandings, and whether those ideas do in their formation any or all of them depend on matter or not. These are speculations which, however curious and entertaining, I shall decline as lying out of my way in the design I am now upon. It shall suffice to my present purpose to consider the discerning faculties of a man as they are employed about the objects which they have to do with, and I shall imagine I have not wholly misemployed myself in the thoughts I shall have on this occasion, if in this historical plain method I can give any account of the ways whereby our understandings come to attain those notions of things we have, and can set down any measures of the certainty of our knowledge, or the grounds of those persuasions which are to be found amongst men, so various, different, and wholly contradictory, and yet asserted somewhere or other with such assurance and confidence that he that shall take a view of the opinions of mankind, observe their opposition, and at the same time consider the fondness and devotion wherewith they are embraced, the resolution and eagerness wherewith they are maintained, may perhaps have reason to suspect that either there is no such thing as truth at all, or that mankind hath no sufficient means to attain a certain knowledge of it. It is therefore worthwhile to search out the bounds between opinion and knowledge, and examine by what measures, in things whereof we have no certain knowledge, we ought to regulate our assent and moderate our persuasion. In order whereunto I shall pursue this following method. First, I shall inquire into the original of those ideas, notions, or whatever else you please to call them, which a man observes and is conscious to himself he has in his mind, and the ways whereby the understanding comes to be furnished with them. Secondly, I shall endeavour to show what knowledge the understanding hath by those ideas, and the certainty, evidence, and extent of it. Thirdly, I shall make some inquiry into the nature and grounds of faith or opinion, whereby I mean that assent which we give to any proposition as true, of those truth yet we have no certain knowledge. And here we shall have occasion to examine the reasons and degrees of assent. 4. If by this inquiry into the nature of the understanding I can discover the powers thereof, how far they reach, to what things they are in any degree proportionate, and where they fail us, I suppose it may be of use to prevail with the busy mind of man to be more cautious in meddling with things exceeding its comprehension. To stop when it is at the utmost extent of its tether, and to sit down in a quiet ignorance of those things which, upon examination, are found to be beyond the reach of our capacities. We should not then perhaps be so forward, out of an affectation of an universal knowledge, to raise questions and perplex ourselves and others with disputes among things to which our understandings are not suited, and of which we cannot frame in our minds any clear or distinct perceptions, or whereof, as it has perhaps too often happened, we have not any notions at all. If we can find out how far the understanding can extend its view, how far it has faculties to attain certainty, and in what cases it can only judge and guess, we may learn to content ourselves with what is attainable by us in this state. For though the comprehension of our understandings comes exceeding short of the vast extent of things, yet we shall have cause enough to magnify the beautiful author of our being, for that proportion and degree of knowledge he has bestowed on us, so far above all the rest of the inhabitants of this our mansion. Men have reason to be well satisfied with what God hath thought fit for them, since he hath given them, as Saint Peter says, Panta pros zoen kai Eusebian, whatsoever is necessary for the conveniences of life and information of virtue, and has put within the reach of their discovery the comfortable provision for this life and the way that leads to a better. How short soever their knowledge may come of a universal or perfect comprehension or whatsoever is, it yet secures their great concernments, that they have light enough to lead them to the knowledge of their Maker and the sight of their own duties. Men may find matter sufficient to busy their heads and employ their hands with variety, delight, and satisfaction, if they will not boldly quarrel with their own constitution and throw away the blessings their hands are filled with, because they are not big enough to grasp everything. We shall not have much reason to complain of the narrowness of our minds if we will but employ them about what may be of use to us, for of that they are very capable, and it will be an unpardonable as well as childish peevishness if we undervalue the advantages of our knowledge and neglect to improve it to the ends for which it was given us, because there are some things that are set out of the reach of it. It will be no excuse to an idle and untoward servant who would not attend his business by candlelight to plead that he had not broad sunshine. The candle that is set up in us shines bright enough for all our purposes. The discoveries we can make with this ought to satisfy us, and we shall then use our understandings right when we entertain all objects in this way and proportion that they are suited to our faculties, and upon those grounds they are capable of being proposed to us, and not peremptorily or temperately require demonstration and demand certainty, where probability only is to be had, and which is sufficient to govern all our concernments. If we will disbelieve everything because we cannot certainly know all things, we shall do as wisely. The text here reads, we shall do much what as wisely as he who would not use his legs but sits still and perish because he had no wings to fly. When we know our own strength, we shall the better know what to undertake with hopes of success, and when we have well surveyed the powers of our own minds and made some estimate what we may expect from them, we shall not be inclined either to sit still and not set our thoughts on work at all, in despair of knowing anything, nor on the other side question everything and disclaim all knowledge because some things are not to be understood. It is of great use to the sailor to know the length of his line, though he cannot with it fathom all the depths of the ocean. It is well he knows that it is long enough to reach the bottom at such places as are necessary to direct his voyage, and caution him against running upon shoals that may ruin him. Our business here is not to know all things, but those which concern our conduct. If we can find out those measures whereby a rational creature put in that state in which man is in this world may and ought to govern his opinions and actions depending thereon, we need not be troubled that some other things escape our knowledge. This was that which gave the first rise to this essay concerning the understanding, for I thought that the first step towards satisfying several inquiries the mind of man was very apt to run into was to take a survey of our own understandings, examine our own powers, and see to what things they were adapted. Till that was done, I suspected we began at the wrong end, and in vain sought for satisfaction in a quiet and sure possession of truths that most concerned us, whilst we let loose our thoughts into the vast ocean of being, as if all that boundless extent were the natural and undoubted possession of our understandings, wherein there was nothing exempt from its decisions or that escaped its comprehension. Thus men, extending their inquiries beyond their capacities and letting their thoughts wander into those depths where they can find no sure footing, 'tis no wonder that they raise questions and multiply disputes which, never coming to any clear resolution, are proper only to continue and increase their doubts and to confirm them at last in perfect skepticism. Whereas, were the capacities of our understandings well considered, the extent of our knowledge once discovered, and the horizon found, which sets the bounds between the enlightened and dark parts of things, between what is and what is not comprehensible by us, men would perhaps with less scruple acquiesce in the avowed ignorance of the one, and employ their thoughts and discourse with more advantage and satisfaction in the other. Thus much I thought necessary to say concerning the occasion of this inquiry into human understanding. But before I proceed on to what I have thought on this subject, I must here in the entrance beg pardon of my reader for the frequent use of the word idea, which he will find in the following treatise, it being that term which I think serves best to stand for whatsoever is the object of the understanding when a man thinks. I have used it to express whatever is meant by phantasm, notion, species, or whatever it is which the mind can be employed about in thinking, and I could not avoid frequently using it. I presume it will be easily granted me that there are such ideas in men's minds. Everyone is conscious of them in himself, and men's words and actions will satisfy him that they are in others. Our first inquiry then shall be how they come into the mind. Chapter 2. No innate principles in the mind. It is an established opinion amongst some men that there are in the understanding certain innate principles, some primary notions, koinai enoi, characters as it were stamped upon the mind of man, which the soul receives in its very first being and brings into the world with it. It would be sufficient to convince unprejudiced readers of the falseness of this supposition if I should only show, as I hope I shall in the following parts of this discourse, how men, barely by the use of their natural faculties, may attain to all the knowledge they have without the help of any innate impression, and may arrive at certainty without any such original notions or principles. For I imagine anyone will easily grant that it would be impertinent to suppose the ideas of colours innate in a creature to whom God hath given sight and a power to receive them by the eyes from external objects. And no less unreasonable would it be to attribute several truths to the impressions of nature and innate characters, when we may observe in ourselves faculties fit to attain as easy and certain knowledge of them as if they were originally imprinted on the mind. But because a man is not permitted without censure to follow his own thoughts in the search of truth, when they lead him ever so little out of the common road, I shall set down the reasons that made me doubt of the truth of that opinion as an excuse for my mistake, if I be in one, which I leave to be considered by those who, with me, dispose themselves to embrace truth wherever they find it. There is nothing more commonly taken for granted than that there are certain principles, both speculative and practical, for they speak of both, universally agreed upon by all mankind, which therefore they argue must needs be the constant impressions which the souls of men receive in their first beings, and which they bring into the world with them as necessarily and really as they do any of their inherent faculties. This argument, drawn from universal consent, has this misfortune in it, that if it were true in matter of fact that there were certain truths wherein all mankind agreed, it would not prove them innate if there can be any other way shown how men may come to that universal agreement in the things they do consent in, which I presume may be done. But which is worse, this argument of universal consent, which is made use of to prove innate principles, seems to me a demonstration that there are none such, because there are none to which all mankind give an universal assent. I shall begin with the speculative, and instance in those magnified principles of demonstration. Whatsoever is, and it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, which of all others I think have the most allowed title to innate. These have so settled a reputation for maxims universally received that it will no doubt be thought strange if anyone should seem to question it. But yet I take liberty to say that these propositions are so far from having an universal assent that there are a great part of mankind to whom they are not so much as known. For first, it is evident that all children and idiots have not the least apprehension or thought of them, and the want of that is enough to destroy that universal assent which must needs be the necessary concomitant of all innate truths. It's seeming to me near a contradiction to say that there are truths imprinted on the soul which it perceives or understands not, imprinting, if it signify anything, being nothing else but the making certain truths to be perceived. For to imprint anything on the mind without the mind's perceiving it seems to me hardly intelligible. If therefore children and idiots have souls, have minds, with those impressions upon them, they must unavoidably perceive them and necessarily know and assent to these truths, which, since they do not, it is evident that there are no such impressions. For if they are not notions naturally imprinted, how can they be innate? And if they are notions imprinted, how can they be unknown? To say a notion is imprinted on the mind, and yet at the same time to say that the mind is ignorant of it and never yet took notice of it, is to make this impression nothing. No proposition can be said to be in the mind which it never yet know, which it was never yet conscious of. For if any one may, then by the same reason all propositions that are true and the mind is capable ever of assenting to may be said to be in the mind and to be imprinted. Since if any one can be said to be in the mind which it never yet knew, it must be only because it is capable of knowing it, and so the mind is of all truths it ever shall know. Nay, thus truths may be imprinted on the mind which it never did, nor ever shall know. For a man may live long and die at last in ignorance of many truths which his mind was capable of knowing, and that with certainty. So that if the capacity of knowing be the natural impression contended for, all the truths a man ever comes to know will, by this account, be every one of them innate, and this great point will amount to no one, but only to a very improper way of speaking, which, whilst it pretends to assert the contrary, says nothing different from those who deny innate principles. For nobody, I think, ever denied that the mind was capable of knowing several truths. The capacity, they say, is innate, the knowledge acquired. But then, to what end such contest for certain innate maxims? If truths can be imprinted on the understanding without being perceived, I can see no difference there can be between any truths the mind is capable of knowing in respect of their original. They must all be innate, of all adventitious. In vain shall a man go about to distinguish them. He, therefore, that talks of innate notions in the understanding cannot, if he intend thereby any distinct sort of truths, mean such truths to be in the understanding as it never perceived and is yet wholly ignorant of. For if these words, to be in the understanding, have any propriety, they signify to be understood. So that to be in the understanding and not to be understood, to be in the mind and never to be perceived, is all one as to say anything is and is not in the mind or understanding. If therefore these two propositions, whatsoever is, and it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, are by nature imprinted, children cannot be ignorant of them. Infants and all that have souls must necessarily have them in their understandings, know the truth of them, and assent to it. To avoid this, it is usually answered that all men know and assent to them when they come to the use of reason, and this is enough to prove them innate. I answer, doubtful expressions that have scarce any signification go for clear reasons to those who, being prepossessed, take not the pains to examine even what they themselves say. For, to apply this answer with any tolerable sense to our present purpose, it must signify one of these two things: either that, as soon as men come to the use of reason, these supposed native inscriptions come to be known and observed by them, or else that the use and exercise of men's reason assists them in the discovery of these principles, and certainly makes them known to them. If they mean that by the use of reason men may discover these principles, and that this is sufficient to prove them innate, their way of arguing will stand thus: with that Whatever truths reason can certainly discover to us and make us firmly assent to, those are all naturally imprinted on the mind, since that universal assent which is made the mark of them amounts to no more but this, that by the use of reason we are capable to come to a certain knowledge of and assent to them, and by this means there will be no difference between the maxims of the mathematicians and theorems they deduce from them. All must be equally allowed innate, there being all discoveries made by the use of reason, and truths that a rational creature may certainly come to know if he apply his thoughts rightly that way. But how can these men think the use of reason necessary to discover principles that are supposed innate, when reason, if we may believe them, is nothing else but the faculty of deducting unknown truths from principles or propositions that are already known? That certainly can never be thought innate which we have need of reason to discover, unless, as I have said, we will have all the certain truths that reason never teaches us to be innate. We may as well think the use of reason necessary to make our eyes discover visible objects as that there should be need of reason or the exercise thereof to make the understanding see what is originally engraven on it and cannot be in the understanding before it be perceived by it, so that to make reason discover those truths thus imprinted is to say that the use of reason discovers to a man what he knew before, and if men have those innate impressed truths originally and before the use of reason, and yet are always ignorant of them till they come to the use of reason, it is in effect to say that men know and know them not at the same time. It will here perhaps be said that mathematical demonstrations and other truths that are not innate are not ascended to as soon as proposed, wherein they are distinguished from these maxims and other innate truths. I shall have occasion to speak of assent upon the first proposing more particularly by and by. I shall here only, and that very readily, allow that these maxims and mathematical demonstrations are in this different, that the one have need of reason, using of proofs to make them out and to gain our assent, but the other, as soon as understood, are, without any the least reasoning, embraced and assented to. But I withal beg leave to observe that it lays upon the weakness of this subterfuge, which requires the use of reason for the discovery of these general truths, since it must be confessed that in their discovery there is no use made of reasoning at all. And I think those who give this answer will not be forward to affirm that the knowledge of this maxim, that it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, is a deduction of our reason. For this would be to destroy that bounty of nature they seem so fond of, whilst they make the knowledge of those principles to depend on the labor of our thoughts. For all reasoning is search and casting about, and requires pains and application. And how can it with any tolerable sense be supposed that what is imprinted by nature as the foundation and guide of our reason should need the use of reason to discover it? Those who will take the pains to reflect with a little attention on the operations of the understanding will find that this ready assent of the mind to some truths depends not either on native inscription or the use of reason, but on a faculty of the mind quite distinct from both of them, as we shall see hereafter. Reason, therefore, having nothing to do in procuring our assent to these maxims, if by saying that men know and assent to them when they come to the use of reason, be meant that the use of reason assists us in the knowledge of these maxims, it is utterly false, and were it true, would prove them not to be innate. If by knowing and assenting to them, when we come to the use of reason, be meant that this is the time when they come to be taken notice of by the mind, and that as soon as children come to the use of reason, they come also to know and assent to these maxims. This also is false and frivolous. First, it is false because it is evident these maxims are not in the mind so early as the use of reason, and therefore the coming to the use of reason is falsely assigned as the time of their discovery. How many instances of the use of reason may we observe in children a long time before they have any knowledge of this maxim, that it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be? And a great part of illiterate people and savages pass many years, even of their rational age, without ever thinking on this and the like general propositions. I grant men come not to the knowledge of these general and more abstract truths which are thought innate till they come to the use of reason, and I add, no then either, which is so because till after they come to the use of reason, those general abstract ideas are not framed in the mind about which those general maxims are, which are mistaken for innate principles, but are indeed discoveries made and varieties introduced and brought into the mind by the same way and discovered by the same steps as several other propositions which nobody was ever so extravagant as to suppose innate. This I hope to make plain in the sequel of this discourse. I allow, therefore, a necessity that men should come to the use of reason before they get the knowledge of those general truths, but deny that men's coming to the use of reason is the time of their discovery. In the meantime, it is observable that this saying that men know and assent to these maxims when they come to the use of reason amounts in reality of fact to no more but this, that they are never known nor taken notice of. In the meantime, it is observable that this saying that men know and assent to these maxims when they come to the use of reason amounts in reality of fact to no more but this, that they are never known or taken notice of before the use of reason, but may possibly be assented to some time after during a man's life, but when is uncertain. And so may all other noble truths as well as these, which therefore have no advantage, no distinction from others, by this note of being known when we come to the use of reason, nor are thereby proved to be innate, but quite the contrary. But secondly, very true that the precise time of their being known and ascended to when men come to the use of reason, neither would that prove them innate. This way of arguing is as frivolous as the supposition itself is false. For by what kind of logic will it appear that any notion is originally by nature imprinted in the mind in its first constitution, because it comes first to be observed and ascended to when a faculty of the mind, which has quite a distinct province, begins to exert itself, and therefore the coming to the use of speech, if it were supposed the time that these maxims are first ascended to, which it may be with as much truth as the time when men come to the use of reason, would be as good a proof that they were innate as to say they are innate because men assent to them when they come to the use of reason. I agree then with these men of innate principles that there is no knowledge of these general and self-evident maxims in the mind till it comes to the exercise of reason. But I deny that the coming to the use of reason is the precise time when they are first taken notice of, and if that were the precise time, I deny that it would prove them innate. All that can with any truth be meant by this proposition, that men assent to them when they come to the use of reason, is no more but this, that the making of general abstract ideas and the understanding of general names, being a concomitant of the rational faculty and growing up with it, children commonly get not those general ideas, nor learn the names that stand for them, till, having for a good while exercised their reason about familiar and more particular ideas, they are, by their ordinary discourse and actions with others, acknowledged to be capable of rational conversation, if assenting to these maxims, when men come to the use of reason, can be true in any other sense, I desire it may be shown, or at least how in this or any other sense it proves them innate. The senses at first let in particular ideas and furnish the yet empty cabinet, and the mind, by degrees growing familiar with some of them, they are lodged in the memory and names got to them. Afterwards the mind, proceeding further, abstracts them, and by degrees learns the use of general names. In this manner the mind comes to be furnished with ideas and language, the materials about which to exercise its discursive faculty. And the use of reason becomes daily more visible as these materials that give it employment increase. But though the having of general ideas and the use of general words and reason usually grow together, yet I see not how this anyway proves them innate. The knowledge of some truths, I confess, is very early in the mind, but in a way that shows them not to be innate. For if we will observe, we shall find it still to be about ideas, not innate, but acquired, it being about those first which are imprinted by external things, with which infants have earliest to do, which make the most frequent impressions on these senses. In ideas thus got, the mind discovers that some agree and others differ, probably as soon as it has any use of memory, as soon as it is able to retain and perceive distinct ideas. But whether it be then or no, this is certain, it does so long before it has the use of words, or comes to that which we commonly call the use of reason. For a child knows as certainly before it can speak the difference between the ideas of sweet and bitter, i.e. that sweet is not bitter, as it knows afterwards when it comes to speak that wormwood and sugar plums are not the same thing. A child knows not that 3 and 4 are equal to 7 till he comes to be able to count 7 and has got the name and idea of equality, and then upon explaining those words he presently assents to, or rather perceives the truth of that proposition. But neither does he then readily assent because it is an innate truth, nor was his assent wanting till then because he wanted the use of reason, but the truth of it appears to him as soon as he has settled in his mind the clear and distinct ideas that these names stand for, and then he knows the truth of that proposition upon the same grounds and by the same means that he knew before that a rod and a cherry are not the same thing, and upon the same grounds also that he may come to know afterwards that it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, as shall be more fully shown hereafter. So that the later it is before anyone comes to have those general ideas about which those maxims are, or to know the signification of those general terms that stand for them, or to put together in his mind the ideas they stand for, the later also let be before he comes to assent to those maxims whose terms with the ideas they stand for being no more innate than those of a cat or a weasel, he must stay till time and observations have acquainted him with them, and then he will be in a capacity to know the truths of these maxims upon the first occasion that shall make him put together those ideas in his mind and observe whether they agree or disagree according as is expressed in those propositions. And therefore it is that a man knows that 18 and 19 are equal to 37, but the same self-evidence that he knows 1 and 2 to be equal to 3. Yet a child knows this is not soon as the other, not for want of the use of reason, but because the ideas the words 18, 19 and 37 stand for are not so soon got as those which are signified by 1, 2 and 3. This evasion, therefore, of general assent, when men come to the use of reason, failing as it does, and leaving no difference between those supposed innate and other truths that are afterwards acquired and learned, men have endeavored to secure an universal assent to those they call maxims by saying they are generally assented to as soon as proposed, and the terms they are proposed is understood. proposed and understood, seeing all men, even children, as soon as they hear and understand the terms assent to these propositions, they think it is sufficient to prove them innate. For since men never fail, after they have once understood the words, to acknowledge them for undoubted truths, they would infer that certainly these propositions were first lodged in the understanding, which, without any teaching, the mind at very first proposal immediately closes with and assents to, and after that never doubts again. In answer to this, I demand whether ready assent given to a proposition upon first hearing and understanding the terms be a certain mark of an innate principles. If it be not, such a general assent is in vain urged as a proof of them. If it be said that it is a mark of innate, they must then allow all such propositions to be innate, which are generally assented to as soon as heard, whereby they will find themselves plentifully stored with innate principles. For upon the same ground which of assent at first hearing and understanding the terms, that men would have those maxims pass for innate, they must also admit several propositions about numbers to be innate, and thus that 1 and 2 are equal to 3, and that 2 and 2 are equal to 4, and a multitude of other the like propositions in numbers that everybody assents to at first hearing and understanding the terms must have a place amongst these innate axioms. Nor is this the prerogative of numbers alone and propositions made about several of them, but even natural philosophy and all the other sciences afford propositions which are sure to meet with assent as soon as they are understood, that two bodies cannot be in the same place. Is a truth that nobody any more sticks at than at these maxims, that it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, that white is not black, that a square is not a circle, that yellowness is not sweetness. These and a million of such other propositions, as many at least as we have distinct ideas of, every man in his wits at first hearing and knowing what the names stand for must necessarily assent to. If these men will be true to their own rule and have assent at first hearing and understanding the terms to be a mark of innate, they must allow not only as many innate propositions as men have distinct ideas, but as many as men can make propositions wherein different ideas are denied one of another. Since every proposition wherein one different idea is denied of another will as certainly find assent at first hearing and understanding the terms as this general one, it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, or that which is the foundation of it, and is the easier understood of the two, the same is not different, by which account they will have legions of innate propositions of this one sort, without mentioning any other. But since no proposition can be innate unless the ideas about which it is be innate, this will be to suppose all our ideas of colors, sounds, tastes, figure, etc. innate, than which there cannot be anything more opposite to reason and experience. Universal and ready assent upon hearing and understanding the terms is, I grant, a mark of self-evidence, but self-evidence depending not on innate impressions, but on something else, as we shall show hereafter, belongs to several propositions, which nobody was yet so extravagant as to pretend to be innate. Nor let it be said that those more particular self-evident propositions which are assented to at first hearing, as that 1 and 2 are equal to 3, that green is not red, etc., are received as the consequences of those more universal propositions which are looked on as innate principles, since anyone who will but take the pains to observe what passes in the understanding will certainly find that these and the like less general propositions are certainly known and firmly assented to by those who are utterly ignorant of those more general maxims, and so, being earlier in the mind than those, as they are called, first principles, cannot owe to them the assent wherewith they are received at first hearing. If it be said that these propositions with 2 and 2 are equal to 4, red is not blue, etc., are not general maxims, nor of any great use, I answer that makes nothing to the argument of universal assent upon hearing and understanding. For if that be the certain mark of innate, whatever proposition can be found that receives general assent as soon as heard and understood, that must be admitted for an innate proposition, as well as this maxim that it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, they being upon this ground equal. And as to the difference of being more general, that makes this maxim more remote from being innate, those general and abstract ideas being more strangers to our first apprehensions than those of more particular self-evident propositions, and therefore it is longer before they are admitted and assented to by the growing understanding. And as to the usefulness of these magnified maxims, that perhaps will not be found so great as is generally conceived when it comes in its due place to be more fully considered. But we have not yet done with assenting to propositions. At first hearing and understanding their terms, it is fit we first take notice that this, instead of being a mark that they are innate, is a proof of the contrary, since it supposes that several who understand and know other things are ignorant of these principles till they are proposed to them, and that one may be unacquainted with these truths till he hears them from others. For if they were innate, what need they be proposed in order to gaining assent, when, by being in the understanding by a natural and original impression, if there were any such, they could not but be known before? Or doth the proposing them print them clearer in the mind than nature did? If so, then the consequence will be that a man knows them better after he has been thus taught them than he did before. Whence it will follow that these principles may be made more evident to us by others' teaching than nature has made them by impression, which will ill agree with the opinion of innate principles and give but little authority to them, but on the contrary makes them unfit to be the foundations of all our other knowledge, as they are pretended to be. This cannot be denied, that men grow first acquainted with many of these self-evident truths upon their being proposed. But it is clear that whosoever does so finds in himself that he then begins to know a proposition which he knew not before, and which from thenceforth he never questions, not because it was innate, but because the consideration of the nature of the things contained in those words would not suffer him to think otherwise, how or whensoever he is brought to reflect on them. And if whatever is assented to at first hearing and understanding, the terms must pass for an innate principle, every well-grounded observation drawn from particulars into a general rule must be innate. When yet it is certain that not all, but only sagacious heads light at first on these observations and reduce them into general propositions, not innate but collected from a preceding acquaintance and reflection on particular instances. These, when observing men have made them, unobserving men, when they are proposed to them, cannot refuse their assent to. If it be said, the understanding hath an implicit knowledge of these principles, but not an explicit, before this first hearing, as they must who will say that they are in the understanding before they are known, it will be hard to conceive what is meant by a principle imprinted on the understanding implicitly, unless it be this, that the mind is capable of understanding and assenting firmly to such propositions, and thus all mathematical demonstrations as well as first principles must be received as native impressions on the mind, which I fear they will scarce allow them to be, who find it harder to demonstrate a proposition than assent to it when demonstrated, and few mathematicians will be forward to believe that all the diagrams they have drawn were but copies of those innate characters which nature had engraven upon their minds. There is, I fear, this further weakness in the foregoing argument, which would persuade us that, therefore, those maxims are to be thought innate, which men admit at first hearing, because they assent to propositions which they are not taught, nor do receive from the force of any argument or demonstration, but a bare explication or understanding of the terms, under which there seems to me to lie this fallacy, that men are supposed not to be taught, nor to learn anything de novo, when in truth they are taught and to learn something they were ignorant of before. For first, it is evident that they have learned the terms and their signification, neither of which was born with them. But this is not all the acquired knowledge in the case. The ideas themselves, about which the proposition is, are not born with them, no more than their names, but got afterwards. So that in all propositions that are assented to at first hearing, the terms of the proposition, they are standing for such ideas, and the ideas themselves that they stand for, being neither of them innate, I would fain know what there is remaining in such propositions that is innate. For I would gladly have any one name that proposition whose terms or ideas were either of them innate. We by degrees get ideas and names and learn their appropriated connection one with another, and then to propositions made in such terms whose signification we have learned, and wherein agreement or disagreement we can perceive in our ideas when put together is expressed, we at first hearing assent, though to other propositions in themselves as certain and evident, but which are concerning ideas not so soon or so easily got, we are at the same time no way capable of assenting. For though a child quickly assents to this proposition that an apple is not fire, when by familiar acquaintance he has got the ideas of those two different things distinctly imprinted on his mind, and has learned that the names apple and fire stand for them, yet it will be some years after, perhaps, before the same child will assent to this proposition, that it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be. Because though perhaps the words are as easy to be learned, yet the signification of them being more large, comprehensive, and abstract than of the names annexed to those sensible things the child hath to do with, it is longer before he learns their precise meaning, and it requires more time plainly to form in his mind those general ideas they stand for. Till that be done, you will in vain endeavour to make any child assent to a proposition made up of such general terms. But as soon as ever he has got those ideas and learned their names, he forwardly closes with the one as well as the other of the forementioned propositions, and with both for the same reason, viz., because he finds the ideas he has in his mind to agree or disagree, according as the words standing for them are affirmed or denied one of another in the proposition. But if propositions be brought to him in words which stand for ideas he has not yet in his mind, to such propositions, however evidently true or false in themselves, he affords neither assent nor dissent, but is ignorant. For words being but empty sounds, any further than they are signs of our ideas, we cannot but assent to them as they correspond to those ideas we have, but no further than that. But the showing by what steps and ways knowledge comes into our minds, and the grounds of several degrees of assent, being the business of the following discourse, it may suffice to have only touched on it here as one reason that made me doubt of those innate principles. To conclude this argument of universal consent, I agree with these defenders of innate principles that if they are innate, they must needs have universal assent. For that a truth should be innate and not and yet not assented to, is to me as unintelligible as for a man to know a truth and be ignorant of it at the same time. But then, by these men's own confession, they cannot be innate, since they are not assented to by those who understand not the terms, nor by a great part of those who do understand them, but have yet never heard nor thought of those propositions, which I think is at least one half of mankind. But were the number far less, it would be enough to destroy universal assent, and thereby show these propositions not to be innate, if children alone were ignorant of them. But that I may not be accused to argue from the thoughts of infants, which are unknown to us, and to conclude from what passes in their understandings before they express it, I say next, that these two general propositions are not the truths that first possessed the minds of children, nor are any antecedent to all acquired and adventitious notions, which, if they were innate, there must needs be. Whether we can determine it or no, it matters not. There is certainly a time when children begin to think, and their words and actions do assure us that they do so. When therefore they are capable of thought, of knowledge, of assent, can it rationally be supposed they can be ignorant of those notions that nature has imprinted, were there any such? Can it be imagined with any appearance of reason that they perceive the impressions from things without, and be at the same time ignorant of those characters which nature itself has taken care to stamp within? Can they receive and assent to adventitious notions, and be ignorant of those which are supposed to woven into the very principles of their being, and imprinted there in indelible characters to be the foundation and guide of all their acquired knowledge and future reasonings? This would be to make nature take pains to no purpose, or at least to write very ill, since its characters could not be read by those eyes which saw other things very well, and those are very ill supposed the clearest parts of truth, and the foundations of all our knowledge, which are not first known, and without which the undoubted knowledge of several other things may be had. The child certainly knows that the nurse that feeds it is neither the cat it plays with, nor the black moor it is afraid of, that the worm seed or mustard it refuses is not the apple or sugar it cries for. This it is certainly and undoubtedly assured of. But will anyone say it is by virtue of this principle that it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, that it so firmly assents to these and other parts of its knowledge? Or that the child has any notion or apprehension of that proposition at an age wherein yet it is plain it knows a great many other truths? He that will say children join in these general abstract speculations with their sucking bottles and their rattles may perhaps with justice be thought to have more passion and zeal for his opinion, but less sincerity and truth than one of that age. Though therefore there be several general propositions that meet with constant and ready assent, as soon as proposed to men grown up, who have attained the use of more general and abstract ideas, and names standing for them, yet they are not being to be found in those of tender years, who nevertheless know other things. They cannot pretend to universal assent of intelligent persons, and so by no means can be supposed innate. It being impossible that any truth which is innate, if there were any such, should be unknown at least to any one who knows anything else, since if they are innate truths, there must be innate thoughts, there being nothing a truth in the mind that it has never thought on, whereby it is evident, if there be any innate truths, there must necessarily be the first of any thought on, the first that appear there. that the general maxims we are discussing of are not known to children, idiots, and a great part of mankind who have already sufficiently proved, whereby it is evident they are not an universal assent, nor are general impressions. But there is this further argument in it against their being innate, that these characters, if they were native and original impressions, should appear fairest and clearest in those persons in whom yet we find no footsteps of them, and it is, in my opinion, a strong presumption that they are not innate, since they are least known to those in whom, if they were innate, they must needs exert themselves with most force and vigor. For children, idiots, savages, and illiterate people, being of all others the least corrupted by custom or borrowed opinions, learning and education having not cast their native thoughts into new molds, nor by superinducing foreign and studied doctrines confounded those fair characters nature had written there. One might reasonably imagine that in their minds these innate notions should lie open fairly to everyone's view, as it is certain the thoughts of children do. It might very well be expected that these principles should be perfectly known to naturals, which, being stamped immediately on the soul, as these men suppose, can have no dependence on the constitution or organs of the body, the only confessed difference between them and others. One would think, according to these men's principles, that all these native beams of light, were there any such, should, in those who have no reserves, no arts of concealment, shine out in their full lustre, and leave us in no more doubt of their being there than we are of their love of pleasure and abhorrence of pain. But alas, amongst children, idiots, savages, and the grossly illiterate, what general maxims are to be found? What universal principles of knowledge? Their notions are few and narrow, borrowed only from those subjects they have had most to do with, and which have made upon their senses and frequent and strongest impressions. A child knows his nurse and his cradle, and by degrees the playthings of a little more advanced age, and a young savage has perhaps his head filled with love and hunting, according to the fashion of his tribe. But he that from a child untaught, or a wild inhabitant of the woods, will expect these abstract maxims and reputed principles of science, will, I fear, find himself mistaken. Such kind of general propositions are seldom mentioned in the huts of Indians. Much less are they to be found in the thoughts of children, or any impressions of them on the minds of naturals. They are the language and business of the schools and academics of learned nations, accustomed to that sort of conversation or learning where disputes are frequent, these maxims being suited to artificial argumentation and useful for conviction, but not much conducing to the discovery of truth or advancement of knowledge. But of their small use for the improvement of knowledge I shall have occasion to speak more at large. Book 4, Chapter 7. I know not how absurd this may seem to the masters of demonstration, and probably it will hardly go down with anybody at first hearing. I must therefore beg a little truce with prejudice and the forbearance of censure, till I have been heard out in the sequel of this discourse, being very willing to submit to better judgments. And since I impartially search after truth, I shall not be sorry to be convinced that I have been too fond of my own notions, which I confess we are all apt to be, when application and study have warmed our heads with them. Upon the whole matter, I cannot see any ground to think these two famed speculative maxims innate, since they are not universally assented to, and the assent they so generally find is no other than what several propositions not allowed to be innate equally partake in with them, and since the assent that is given them is produced another way and comes not from natural inscription, as I doubt not, but to make appear in the following discourse. And if these first principles of knowledge and science are found not to be innate, no other speculative maxims can, I suppose, with better right pretend to be so. Chapter 3. No innate practical principles. If those speculative maxims whereof we discoursed in the foregoing chapter have not an actual universal assent from all mankind, as we there proved, it is much more visible concerning practical principles that they come short of an universal reception, and I think it will be hard to instance any one moral rule which can pretend to so general and ready an assent as what is, or to be so manifest a truth as this, that it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, whereby it is evident that they are further removed from a title to be innate, and the doubt of their being native impressions on the mind is stronger against those moral principles than the other. Not that it brings their truth at all in question. They are equally true, though not equally evident. Those speculative maxims carry their own evidence with them, but moral principles require reasoning and discourse and some exercise of the mind to discover the certainty of their truth. They lie not open as natural characters engraven on the mind, which, if any such were, they must needs be visible by themselves, and by their own light be certain and known to everybody. But there is no derogation to their truth and certainty, no more than it is to the truth or certainty of the three angles of a triangle being equal to two right ones, because it is not so evident as the whole is bigger than a part, nor so apt to be assented to at first hearing. It may suffice that these moral rules are capable of demonstration, and therefore it is our own faults if we come not to a certain knowledge of them. But the ignorance wherein many men are of them, and the slowness of assent wherewith others receive them, are manifest proofs that they are not innate, and such as offer themselves to their view without searching. Whether there be any such moral principles wherein all men do agree, I appeal to any who have been but moderately conversant in the history of mankind and looked abroad beyond the smoke of their own chimneys. Where is that practical truth that is universally received without doubt or question, as it must be if innate? Justice and keeping of contracts is that which most men seem to agree in. This is a principle which is thought to extend itself to the dens of thieves and the confederacies of the greatest villains, and they who have gone furthest towards the putting off of humanity itself keep faith and rules of justice one with another. I grant that outlaws themselves do this one amongst another, but it is without receiving these as the innate laws of nature. They practice them as rules of convenience within their own communities, but it is impossible to conceive that he embraces justice as a practical principle who acts fairly with his fellow highwayman, and at the same time plunders or kills the next honest man he meets with. Justice and truth are the common ties of society, and therefore even outlaws and robbers who break with all the world besides must keep faith and rules of equity amongst themselves, or else they cannot hold together. But will anyone say that those that live by fraud or rapine have innate principles of truth and justice which they allow and assent to? Perhaps it will be urged that the tacit assent of their minds agrees to what their practice contradicts. I answer, first, I have always thought the actions of men the best interpreters of their thoughts, but since it is certain that most men's practices and some men's open professions have either questioned or denied these principles, it is impossible to establish an universal consent, though we should look for it only amongst grown men, without which it is impossible to conclude them innate. Secondly, it is very strange and unreasonable to suppose innate practical principles that terminate only in contemplation. Practical principles derived from nature are therefore operation and must produce conformity of action, not barely speculative assent to their truth, or else they are in vain distinguished from speculative maxims. Nature, I confess, has put into man a desire for happiness and an aversion to misery. These indeed are innate practical principles which, as practical principles ought, do continue constantly to operate and influence all our actions without ceasing. These may be observed in all persons and all ages, steady and universal, but these are inclinations of the appetite to good, not impressions of truth on the understanding. I deny not that there are natural tendencies imprinted on the minds of men, and that from the very first instances of sense and perception there are some things that are grateful and others unwelcome to them, some things that they incline to and others that they fly. But this makes nothing for innate characters on the mind, which are to be the principles of knowledge regulating our practice. Such natural impressions on the understanding are so far from being confirmed hereby that this is an argument against them, since if there were certain characters imprinted by nature on the understanding as the principles of knowledge, we could not but perceive them constantly operate in us and influence our knowledge, as we do those others on the will and appetite, which never cease to be the constant springs and motives of all our actions, to which we perpetually feel them strongly impelling us. Another reason that makes me doubt of any innate practical principles is that I think there cannot any one moral rule be proposed whereof a man may not justly demand a reason, which would be perfectly ridiculous and absurd if they were innate, or so much as self-evident, which every innate principle must needs be, and not need any proof to ascertain its truth, nor want any reason to gain its approbation. He would be thought void of common sense who asked on the one side or on the other side went to give a reason why it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be. It carries its own light and evidence with it, and needs no other proof. He that understands the terms assents to it for its own sake, or else nothing will ever be able to prevail with him to do it. But should that most unshaken rule of morality and foundation of all social virtue, that one should do as he would be done unto, be proposed to one who never heard of it before, but yet is of capacity to understand its meaning, might he not without any absurdity ask a question why? And were not he that proposed it bound to make out the truth and reasonableness of it to him, which plainly shows it not to be innate? For if it were, it could neither want nor receive any proof, but must needs, at least as soon as heard and understood, be received and assented to as an unquestionable truth, which a man can by no means doubt of. So that the truth of all these moral rules plainly depends upon some other antecedent to them, and from which they must be deduced, which could not be if either they were innate or so much as self-evident. That men should keep their compacts is certainly a great and undeniable rule in morality. But yet, If a Christian who has the view of happiness and misery in another life be asked why a man must keep his word, he will give this as a reason: because God, who has the power of eternal life and death, requires it of us. But if a hobbyist be asked why, he will answer: because the public requires it, and the Leviathan will punish you if you do not. And if one of the old philosophers had been asked, he would have answered: because it was dishonest, below the dignity of a man and opposite to virtue, the highest perfection of human nature, to do otherwise. Hence naturally flows the great variety of opinions concerning moral rule, which are to be found among men according to the different sorts of happiness they have a prospect of or propose to themselves, which could not be if practical principles were innate and imprinted in our minds immediately by the hand of God. I grant the existence of God in so many ways manifest, and the obedience we owe him so congruous to the light of reason, that a great part of mankind give testimony to the law of nature. But yet I think it must be allowed that several moral rules may receive from mankind a very general approbation, without either knowing or admitting the true ground of morality, which can only be the will and law of a God who sees men in the dark, has in his hand rewards and punishments, and power enough to call to account the proudest offender. For God, having by an inseparable connection joined virtue and public happiness together, and made the practice thereof necessary to the preservation of society, and visibly beneficial to all with whom the virtuous man has to do, it is no wonder that every one should not only allow but recommend and magnify those rules to others, from whose observance of them he is sure to reap advantage to himself. He may, out of interest as well as conviction, cry up that first sacred, which if one trampled on and profaned, he himself cannot be safe nor secure. This, though it takes nothing from the moral and eternal obligation which these rules evidently have, yet it shows that the outward acknowledgment men pay to them in their words proves not that they are innate principles. Nay, it proves not so much as that men assent to them inwardly in their own minds as the inviolable rules of their own practice, since we find that self-interest and the conveniences of this life make many men own an outward profession and approbation of them, whose actions sufficiently prove that they were little consider the lawgiver that prescribed these rules, nor the hell that he has ordained for the punishment of those that transgress them. For if we will not in civility allow too much sincerity to the professions of most men, but think their actions to be the interpreters of their thoughts, we shall find that they have no such internal veneration for these rules, no so full a persuasion of their certainty and obligation. The great principle of morality, to do as one would be done to, is more commanded than practiced, but the breach of this rule cannot be a greater vice than to teach others that it is no moral rule, no obligatory, would be thought madness and contrary to that interest men sacrifice to when they break it themselves. Perhaps conscience will be urged as checking us for such breaches, and so the internal obligation and establishment of the rule be preserved. To which I answer that I doubt not but, without being written on their hearts, many men may, by the same way that they come to the knowledge of other things, come to assent to several moral rules, and be convinced of their obligation. Others also may come to be of the same mind, from their education, company, and customs of their country, which persuasion, however, God will serve to set conscience on work, which is nothing else but our own opinion or judgment of the moral rectitude or pravity of our own actions. And if conscience be a proof of innate principles, contraries may be innate principles, since some men with the same bent of conscience prosecute what others avoid. But I cannot see how any man should ever transgress those moral rules with confidence and serenity, were they innate and stamped upon their minds. View but an army at the sacking of a town, and see what observation or sense of moral principles, or what touch of conscience for all the outrages they do. Robberies, murders, rapes are the spots of men set at liberty from punishment and censure. Have there not been whole nations, and those of the most civilized people, amongst whom the exposing their children and leaving them in the fields to perish by want or wild beasts has been the practice, as little condemned or scrupled as the begetting them? Do they not still in some countries put them into the same graves with their mothers if they die in childbirth, or dispatch them if a pretended astrologer declares them to have unhappy stars? And are there not places where at a certain age they kill or expose their parents without any remorse at all? In a part of Asia, the sick, when their case comes to be thought desperate, are carried out and laid on the earth before they are dead, and left there exposed to wind and weather, to perish without assistance or pity. Gruber, G. in Thevenot Melchi's Deck edition, Relations de Divers Voyages Curiex, now at 1696 T2 PT4, page 23. It is familiar among the Mingrelians, a people professing Christianity, to bury their children alive without scruple. There are places where they eat their own children. The Caribbees were wont to geld their children on purpose to fat and eat them. And Garcilaso de la Vega tells us of a people in Peru which were wont to fat and eat the children they got on their female captives, whom they kept as concubines for that purpose, and when they were past breeding, the mothers themselves were killed too and eaten. The virtues whereby the Tauponambos believed they merited paradise were revenge and eating abundance of their enemies. They have not so much as a name for God, and have no religion nor worship. The saints who are canonized amongst the Turks lead lives which one cannot with modesty relate. A remarkable passage to this purpose out of the Voyage of Baumgarten, which is a book not every day to be met with, I shall set down at large in the language it is published. Ibi prop bulbus in Egypto videmus. This is Latin. Sanctum unum Saracenicum inter arinarum cumulos ita ut ex utero matris prodit nudum sedentem mos est ut didissimus io tempor Mahometistis ut ios qui amentis et sine ration sunt pro sanctis collant et venerentur in super et ius qui cum diu vitam egerent inquinatissimam voluntariam dimum poenitentiam et paupertatem sanctitate venerandos deputant ejus modi vero genus hominum libertatem quandam Ephraimum habent domus quos volunt intrandi ebendi bebendi et quod majus est concumbendi ex quo concubitu si proles secuta fuerit sancta similiter habetur, his ergo hominibus dum vivunt magnus exhibent honores, mortuis vero vel templa vel monumenta extrunt amplissima iusc contingere ec sepellae maximae fortunae dicunt loco, odivimus haec dicta et descenda per interpretem a mucrelo nostro in super sanctum illum quam io loco vidimus publicitus prime commendari ium esse hominem sanctum divinum ec integritate praesipum io quod nec feminarum unquam est nec puerorum sed tantum modo acellarum concubitur atque mularum. More of the same kind concerning these precious saints amongst the Turks may be seen in Pietro della Valle in his letter of the 25th of January 1616, where then are those innate principles of justice, piety, gratitude, equity, chastity, or where is that universal consent that assures us there are such inbred rules? Murders in duels, when fashion has made them honorable, are committed without remorse of conscience. Nay, in many places, innocence in this case is the greatest ignominy. And if we look abroad to take a view of men as they are, we shall find that they have remorse in one place for doing or omitting that which others in another place think they merit by. He that will carefully peruse the history of mankind and look abroad into the several tribes of men, and with indifference he survey their actions, will be able to satisfy himself that there is scarce that principle of morality to be named, or rule of virtue to be thought on, those only accepted that are absolutely necessary to hold society together, which commonly too are neglected betwixt distinct societies, which is not somewhere or other slighted and condemned by the general fashion of whole societies of men governed by practical opinions and rules of living quite opposite to others. Here perhaps it will be objected that it is no argument that the rule is not known because it is broken. I grant the objection good, where men, though they transgress, yet disown not the law, where fear of shame, censure, or punishment carries the mark of some awe it has upon them. But it is impossible to conceive that a whole nation of men should all publicly reject and renounce what every one of them certainly and infallibly knew to be a law, for so there must who have it naturally imprinted on their minds. It is possible men may sometimes own rules of morality which in their private thoughts they do not believe to be true, only to keep themselves in reputation and esteem amongst those who are persuaded of their obligation. But it is not to be imagined that a whole society of men should publicly and professedly disown and cast off a rule which they could not in their own minds but be infallibly certain was a law, nor be ignorant that all men they should have to do with knew it to be such, and therefore must every one of them apprehend from others all the contempt and abhorrence due to one who professes himself void of humanity, and one who, confounding the known and natural measures of right and wrong, cannot be looked on as the professed enemy of their peace and happiness. Whatever practical principle is innate cannot be but known to everyone to be just and good. It is therefore little less than a contradiction to suppose that whole nations of men should, both in their professions and practice, unanimously and universally give the lie to what, by the most invincible evidence, every one of them knew to be true, right, and good. This is enough to satisfy us that no practical rule which is anywhere universally and with public approbation or allowance transgressed can be supposed innate. But I have something further to add in answer to this objection. Breaking of a rule, say you, is no argument that it is unknown, I grant it. But the generally allowed breach of it anywhere, I say, is a proof that it is not innate. For example, let us take any of these rules, which, being the most obvious deductions of human reason and conformable to the natural inclination of the greatest part of men, fewest people have had the impudence to deny or, in consideration, to doubt of. If any can be thought to be naturally imprinted, none, I think, can have a fairer pretence to be innate than this. Parents, preserve and cherish your children. When, therefore, you say that this is an innate rule, what do you mean? Either that it is an innate principle which, upon all occasions, excites and directs the actions of all men, or else that it is a truth which all men have imprinted on their minds, and which therefore they know and assent to. But in neither of these senses is it innate. First, that it is not a principle which influences all men's actions is what I have proved by the examples before cited. No need we seek so far as Mingrelia or Peru to find instances of such as neglect, abuse, nigh, and destroy their children, or look on it only as the more than brutality of some savage and barbarous nations, when we remember that it was a familiar and uncondemned practice amongst the Greeks and Romans to expose, without pity or remorse, their innocent infants. Secondly, that it is an innate truth known to all men. It is also false. For parents, preserve your children is so far from an innate truth that it is no truth at all, it being a command and not a proposition, and so not capable of truth or falsehood. To make it capable of being assented to as true, it must be reduced to some such proposition as this: it is the duty of parents to preserve their children. But what duty is cannot be understood without a law, nor a law be known or supposed without a lawmaker, or without reward and punishment, so that it is impossible that this or any other practical principle should be innate, i.e., be imprinted on the mind as a duty, without supposing the ideas of God, of law, of obligation, of punishment, of a life after this innate, for that punishment follows not in this life the breach of this rule, and consequently that it has not the force of a law in countries where the generally allowed practice runs counter to it, is in itself evident. But these ideas, which must be all of them innate, if anything as a duty be so, are so far from being innate that it is not every studious or thinking man, much less every one that is born, in whom they are to be found clear and distinct, and that one of them, which of all others seems most likely to be innate, is not so. I mean, the idea of God, I think, in the next chapter will appear very evident to any considering man. From what have been said, I think we may safely conclude that whatever practical rule is in any place generally and with allowance broken cannot be supposed innate, it being impossible that men should, without shame or fear, confidently and serenely break a rule which they could not but evidently know that God had set up, and would certainly punish the breach of, which they must, if it were innate, to a degree to make it a very ill bargain to the transgressor. Without such a knowledge as this, a man can never be certain that anything is his duty. Ignorance or doubt of the law, hope to escape the knowledge or power of the lawmaker, or the like, may make men give way to a present appetite. But let any one see the fault and the rod by it, and with the transgression a fire ready to punish it, a pleasure tempting, and the hand of the Almighty visibly held up and prepared to take take vengeance, for this must be the case where any duty is imprinted on the mind, and then tell me whether it is impossible for people with such a prospect, such a certain knowledge as this, wantonly and without scruple to offend against a law which they carry about them in indelible characters, and that stares them in the face whilst they are breaking it. Whether men, at the same time that they feel in themselves the imprinted edicts of any omnipotent lawmaker, can, with assurance and gaiety, slight and trample underfoot his most sacred injunctions; and lastly, whether it be possible that whilst a man thus openly bids defiance to this innate law and supreme lawgiver, all the bystanders, yea, even the governors and rulers of the people, full of the same sense both of the law and lawmaker, should silently connive, without testifying their dislike or laying the least blame on it. Principles of actions, indeed, there are lodged in men's appetites, but these are so far from being innate moral principles that if they were left to their full swing, they would carry men to the overturning of all morality. Moral laws are set as a curb and restraint to these exorbitant desires, which there cannot be but by rewards and punishments that will overbalance the satisfaction any one shall propose to himself in the breach of the law. If therefore anything be imprinted on the minds of all men as a law, all men must have a certain and unavoidable knowledge that certain and unavoidable punishment will attend the breach of it. For if men can be ignorant or doubtful of what is innate principles are insisted on and urged to no purpose. Truth and certainty, the things pretended, are not at all secured by them by men, but men are in the same uncertain floating state as without them. An evident indubitable knowledge of unavoidable punishment, great enough to make the transgression very uneligible, must accompany an innate law, unless with an innate law they can suppose an innate gospel too. I would not here be mistaken, as if because I deny an innate law, I thought there were none but positive laws. There is a great deal of difference between an innate law and a law of nature, between something imprinted on our minds in their very original and something that we, being ignorant of, may attain to the knowledge by the use and due application of our natural faculties. And I think they equally forsake the truth who, running into contrary extremes, either affirm an innate law or deny that there is a law knowable by the light of nature, i.e., without the help of positive revelation. The difference there is amongst men and their practical principles is so evident that I think I need say no more to evince that it will be impossible to find any innate moral rules by this mark of general assent, and it is enough to make one suspect that the supposition of such innate principles is but an opinion taken up at pleasure, since those who talk so confidently of them are so sparing to tell us which they are. This might with justice be expected from those men who lay stress upon this opinion, and it gives occasion to distrust either their knowledge or charity, who, declaring that God has imprinted on the minds of men the foundations of knowledge and the rules of living, are yet so little favourable to the information of their neighbours or the quiet of mankind, and not to point out to them which they are in the variety men are distracted with. But in truth, were there any such innate principles, there would be no need to teach them. Did men find such innate propositions stamped on their minds, they would easily be able to distinguish them from other truths that they afterwards learned and deduced from them, and there would be nothing more easy than to know what and how many there were. There could be no more doubt about their number than there is about the number of our fingers, and it is like then every system would be ready to give them us by tale. But since nobody that I know has ventured yet to give a catalogue of them, they cannot blame those who doubt of these innate principles, since even they who require men to believe that there are such innate propositions do not tell us what they are. It is easy to foresee that if different men of different sects should go about to give us a list of those innate practical principles, they would set down only such as only such as suited their distinct hypothesis and were fit to support the doctrines of their particular schools or churches, a plain evidence that there are no such innate truths. Nay, a great part of men are so far from finding any such innate moral principles in themselves that, by denying freedom to mankind, and thereby making men no other than bare machines, they take away not only innate but all moral rules whatsoever, and leave not a possibility to believe any such to those who cannot conceive how anything can be capable of a law that is not a free agent, and upon that ground they must necessarily reject all principles of virtue, who cannot put morality and mechanism together, which are not very easy to be reconciled or made consistent. When I had written this, being informed that my Lord Herbert had in his book De Veritate assigned these innate principles, I presently consulted him, hoping to find in a man of so great parts something that might satisfy me in this point, and put an end to my inquiry. In his chapter De Instinctu Naturali, pp. 76-8, edition 1656, I met with these 6 marks of his Notitiae Communes: 1. Prioritas, 2. Independentia, 3. Universalitas, 4. Certitudo, 5. Necessitas, i.e., as he explains it, faciunt ad hominis conservationem, 6. Modus conformationis, i.e., essensus nulla interposita mora. And at the latter end of his little treatise De Religione Laeci, he says this of these innate principles: Addio ut non unius cujus vis religionis confinio arctentur quae ubique vigent veritates sunt enim in ipsa mente caelitas descriptae nullis traditionibus saiv scriptis saiv non scriptis obnoxiae Petri and veritates nostrae Catholicae quae tanquam indubia Dei imata in foro interiori descripta. Thus, having given the marks of the innate principles or common notions, and asserted their being imprinted on the minds of men by the hand of God, he proceeds to set them down, and they are these: Esse elicode supremum numen. 2. Numen illud coli deber. 3. Virtutem cum pietate conjunctum optimum esse rationem cultus divini. 4. Recipiscendum esse a peccatis. 5. Dari premium vel poenam post hanc vitam transactum. Though I allow these to be clear truths, and such as, if rightly explained, a rational creature can hardly avoid giving his assent to, yet I think he is far from proving them innate impressions in foro interiori descriptae, for I must take leave to observe, first, that these 5 propositions are either not all, or more than all, those common notions written on our minds by the finger of God, if it were reasonable to believe any at all to be so written, since there are other propositions which, even by his own rules, have as just a pretense to such an original, and may be as well admitted for innate principles, as at least some of these 5 he enumerates, viz. Do as thou wouldst be done unto, and perhaps some hundreds of others, when well considered, Secondly, that all his marks are not to be found in each of his 5 propositions, which his first, second, and third marks agree perfectly to neither of them, and the first, second, third, fourth, and sixth marks agree but ill to his third, fourth, and fifth proposition. For besides that, we are assured from history of many men, nigh whole nations, who doubt or disbelieve some or all of them. I cannot see how the third, with that virtue joined with piety is the best worship of God, can be an innate principle. A name or sound virtue is so hard to be understood, liable to so much uncertainty in its signification, and the thing it stands for so much contended about and difficult to be known. And therefore this cannot be but a very uncertain rule of human practice, and serve but very little to the conduct of our lives, and is therefore very unfit to be assigned as an innate practical principle. For let us consider this proposition as to its meaning, for it is the sense and not sound that is and must be the principle or common notion, viz. Virtue is the best worship of God, i.e. is most acceptable to him, which, if virtue be taken as most commonly it is, for those actions which, according to the different opinions of several countries, are accounted laudable, will be a proposition so far from being certain that it will not be true. If virtue be taken for actions conformable to God's will or to the rule prescribed by God, which is the true and only measure of virtue, when virtue is used to signify what is in its true nature right and good, then this proposition that virtue is the best worship of God will be most true and certain, but of very little use in human life, since it will amount to no more but this, viz. That God is pleased with the doing of what he commands, which a man may certainly know to be true, without knowing what it is that God doth command, and so be as far from any rule or principle of his actions as he was before. And I think very few will take a proposition which amounts to no more than this, viz. That God is pleased with the doing of what he himself commands, for an innate moral principle written on the minds of all men, however true and certain it may be, since it teaches so little. Whatsoever does so will have reason to think hundreds of propositions innate principles, since there are many which have as good a title as this to be received for such, which nobody yet ever put into that rank of innate principles. Nor is the fourth proposition, viz. Men must repent of their sins, much more instructive, till what those actions are that are meant by sins be set down, for the word peccata, or sins, being put, as it usually is, to signify in general ill actions that will draw punishment upon the doers. What great principle of morality can that be, to tell us we should be sorry and cease to do that which will bring mischief upon us, without knowing what those particular actions are that will do so? Indeed, this is a very true proposition, and fit to be inculcated on and received by those who are supposed to have been taught what actions in all kinds are sins. But neither this nor the former can be imagined to be innate principles, nor to be of any use if they were innate, unless the particular measures and bounds of all virtues and vices were engraven in men's minds, and were innate principles also, which I think is very much to be doubted. And therefore I imagine it will scarcely seem possible that God should engrave principles in men's minds in words of uncertain signification, such as virtues and sins, which amongst different men stand for different things. Nay, it cannot be supposed to be in words at all, which, being in most of these principles very general names, cannot be understood but by knowing the particulars comprehended under them. And in the practical instances, the measures must be taken from the knowledge of the actions themselves, and the rules of them abstracted from words, and antecedent to the knowledge of names, which rules a man must know, what language soever he chance to learn, whether English or Japan, or if he should learn no language at all, or never should understand the use of words, as happens in the case of dumb and deaf men. When it shall be made out that men ignorant of words or untaught by the laws and customs of their country know that it is part of the worship of God not to kill another man, not to know more women than one, not to procure abortion, not to expose their children, not to take from another what is his, though he want it ourselves, but on the contrary relieve and supply his wants, and whenever we have done the contrary, we ought to repent, be sorry, and resolve to do so no more. When I say all men shall be proved actually to know and allow all these and 1,000 other such rules, all of which come under these two general words made use of above, viz. Virtues et peccata, virtues and sins, there will be more reason for admitting these and the like for common notions and practical principles. Yet after all, universal consent, whether any in moral principles to truths, the knowledge whereof may be attained otherwise, would scarce prove them to be innate, which is all I contend for. Nor will it be of much moment here to offer that very ready but not very material answer, viz. That the innate principles of morality may, by education and custom, and the general opinion of those amongst whom we converse, be darkened and at last quite worn out of the minds of men, which assertion of theirs, if true, quite takes away the argument of universal consent, by which this opinion of innate principles is endeavoured to be proved, unless those men will think it reasonable that their private persuasions or that of their party should pass for universal consent, a thing not unfrequently done, when men, presuming themselves to be the only masters of right reason, cast by the votes and opinions of the rest of mankind as not worthy the reckoning. And then their argument stands thus: the principles which all mankind allow for truth are innate. Those that men of right reason admit are the principles allowed by all mankind. We and those of our mind are men of reason. Therefore, we agreeing our principles are innate, which is a very pretty way of arguing and a shortcut to infallibility. For otherwise it will be very hard to understand how there be some principles which all men do acknowledge and agree in, and yet there are none of those principles which are not, by depraved custom and ill education, blotted out of the minds of many men, which is to say that all men admit, but yet many men do deny and dissent from them. And indeed the supposition of such first principles will serve us to very little purpose, and we shall be as much at a loss as without them, if they may, by any human power, such as the will of our teachers or opinions of our companions, be altered or lost in us. And notwithstanding all this boast of first principles and innate light, we shall be as much in the dark and uncertainty as if there were no such thing at all, it being all one to have no rule, and one that will warp any way, or amongst various and contrary rules not know which is the right. But concerning innate principles, I desire these men to say whether they can or cannot, by education and custom, be blurred and blotted out. If they cannot, we must find them in all mankind alike, and they must be clear in everybody. And if they may suffer variation from adventitious notions, we must then find them clearest and most perspicuous nearest the fountain in children and illiterate people, who have received least impression from foreign opinions. Let them take which side they please, they will certainly find it inconsistent with visible matter of fact and daily observation. I easily grant that there are great numbers of opinions which, by men of different countries, educations, and tempers, are received and embraced as first and unquestionable principles, many whereof, both for their absurdity as well as oppositions to one another, it is impossible should be true. But yet all those propositions, how remote soever from reason, are so sacred somewhere or other, that men, even of good understanding in other matters, will sooner part with their lives and whatever is dearest to them than suffer themselves, no doubt, or others to question the truth of them. This, however strange it may seem, is that which every day's experience confirms, and will not perhaps appear so wonderful if we consider the ways and steps by which it is brought about, and how really it may come to pass that doctrines that have been derived from no better original than the superstition of a nurse or the authority of an old woman may, by length of time and consent of neighbors, grow up to the dignity of principles in religion or morality, for such who are careful, as they call it, to principle children well, and few there be who have not a set of those principles for them which they believe in, instill into the unwary and as yet unprejudiced understanding, for white paper receives any characters, those doctrines they would have them retain and profess, these being taught them as soon as they have any apprehension, and still as they grow up, confirmed to them either by the open profession or tacit consent of all they have to do with, or at least by those of whose wisdom, knowledge, and piety they have an opinion, who never suffer those propositions to be otherwise mentioned, but as the basis and foundation on which their religion and the impress of God and nature upon their minds, not taught to them by any one else. These they entertain and submit to, as many do to their parents, with veneration, not because it is natural, nor do children do it where they are not so taught, but because, having been always so educated and having no remembrance of the beginning of this respect, they think it is natural. This will appear very likely and almost unavoidable to come to pass if we consider the nature of mankind as the constitution of human affairs, wherein most men cannot live without employing their time in the daily labors of their callings, nor be it quite in their minds without some foundation or principle to rest their thoughts on. There is scarcely anyone so floating and superficial in his understanding who hath not some reverenced propositions which are to him the principles on which he bottoms his reasonings, and by which he judgeth of truth and falsehood, right and wrong, which some wanting skill and leisure, and others the inclination, and some being taught that they ought not to examine, there are few to be found who are not exposed by their ignorance, laziness, education, or precipitancy to take them upon trust. This is evidently the case of all children and young folk, and custom, a great power than nature, seldom failing to make them worship for divine what she hath inured them to bore their minds and submit their understanding to. It is no wonder that grown men, either perplexed in the necessary affairs of life or hot in the pursuit of pleasures, should not seriously sit down to examine their own tenets, especially when one of their principles is that principles ought not to be questioned, and had men leisure, parts, and will, who is there almost that dare shake the foundations of all his past thoughts and actions, and endure to bring upon himself the shame of having been a long time wholly in mistake and error, who is there hardly enough to contend with the reproach which is everywhere prepared for those who dare venture to dissent from the received opinions of their country or party? And where is the man to be found that can patiently prepare himself to bear the name of whimsical, skeptical, or atheist, which he is sure to meet with, who does in the least scruple any of the common opinions? And he will be much more afraid to question those principles when he shall think them, as most men do, the standards set up by God in his mind to be the rule and touchstone of all other opinions. And what can hinder him from thinking them sacred when he finds them the earliest of all his own thoughts and the most reverenced by others? It is easy to imagine how, by these means, it comes to pass that men worship the idols that have been set up in their minds, grow fond of the notions they have been long acquainted with there, and stamp the characters of divinity upon absurdities and errors, become zealous votaries to bulls and monkeys, and content to fight and die in defense of their opinions. Dumb so lose credit habendos esse Deus quos ipse colit. For since the reasoning faculties of the soul, which are almost constantly, though not always validly nor wisely employed, would not know how to move for want of a foundation and footing, and most men who through laziness or avocation do not, or for want of time or true helps, or for other causes, cannot penetrate into the principles of knowledge and trace truth to its fountain and original, it is natural for them and almost unavoidable to take up with some borrowed principles, which being reputed and presumed to be the evident proofs of other things, are thought not to need any other proof themselves. Whoever shall receive any of these into his mind, and entertain them with the reverence usually paid to principles, never venturing to examine them, but accustoming himself to believe them, because they are to be believed, they take up from his education and the fashions of his country an absurdity for innate principles, and by long poring on the same objects, so dim his sight as to take monsters lodged in his own brain for the images of the deity and the workmanship of his hands. By this progress, how many there are who arrive at principles which they believe innate may be easily observed in the variety of opposite principles held and contended for by all sorts and degrees of men, and he that shall deny this to be the method wherein most men proceed to the assurance they have of the truth and evidence of their principles will perhaps find it a hard matter any other way to account for the contrary tenets which are firmly believed, confidently asserted, and which great numbers are ready at any time to seal with their blood. And indeed, if it be the privilege of innate principles to be received upon their own authority without examination, I know not what may not be believed, or how anyone's principles can be questioned. If they may and ought to be examined and tried, I desire to know how first and innate principles can be tried, or at least it is reasonable to demand the marks and characters whereby the genuine innate principles may be distinguished from others. That so, amidst the great variety of pretenders, I may be kept from mistakes in so material a point as this. When this is done, I shall be ready to embrace such welcome and useful propositions. Until then, I may with modesty doubt, since I fear universal consent, which is the only one produced, will scarcely prove a sufficient mark to direct my choice and assure me of any innate principles. From what has been said, I think it past doubt that there are no practical principles wherein all men agree, and therefore none innate. Chapter 4. Other considerations concerning innate principles, both speculative and practical. Had those who would persuade us that there are innate principles not taken them together in gross, but considered separately the parts out of which those propositions are made, they would not perhaps have been so forward to believe they were innate. Since if the ideas which made up those truths were not, it was impossible that the propositions made up of them should be innate, or our knowledge of them be born with us. For if the ideas be not innate, there was a time when the mind was without those principles, and then they will not be innate, but be derived from some other original. For where the ideas themselves are not, there can be no knowledge, no assent, no mental or verbal propositions about them. If we will attentively consider newborn children, we shall have little reason to think that they bring many ideas into the world with them, forbidding perhaps some faint ideas of hunger and thirst and warmth, and some pains which they may have felt in the womb. There is not the least appearance of any settled ideas at all in them, especially of ideas answering the terms which make up those universal propositions that are esteemed innate principles. One may perceive how, by degrees afterwards, ideas come into their minds, and that they get no more, no other than what experience and the observation of things that come in their way furnish them with, which might be enough to satisfy us that they are not original characters stamped on the mind. It is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, is certainly if there be any such an innate principle. But can anyone think, or will anyone say, that impossibility and identity are two innate ideas? Are they such as all mankind have and bring into the world with them? And are they those which are the first in children and antecedent to all acquired ones? If they are innate, they must needs be so. Hath a child an idea of impossibility and identity before it has of white or black, sweet or bitter? And is it from the knowledge of this principle that it concludes that wormwood rubbed on the nipple hath not the same taste that it used to receive from thence? Is it the actual knowledge of impossibile est idem esse et non esse that makes a child distinguish between its mother and a stranger, or that makes it fond of the one and flee the other? Or does the mind regulate itself and its assent by ideas that it never yet had? Or the understanding draw conclusions from principles which it never yet knew or understood? The names impossibility and identity stand for two ideas, so far from being innate or born with us, that I think it requires great care and attention to form them right in our understandings. They are so far from being brought into the world with us, so remote from the thoughts of infancy and childhood, that I believe upon examination it will be found that many grown men want them. If identity, to instance that alone, be a native impression, and consequently so clear and obvious to us that we must needs know it even from our cradles, I would gladly be resolved by anyone of 7 or 70 years old, whether a man, being a creature consisting of soul and body, be the same man when his body is changed, whether Euphorbus and Pythagoras, having had the same soul, were the same men, though they lived several ages asunder. Nay, whether the cook too, which had the same soul, were not the same with both of them. Whereby, perhaps, it will appear that our idea of sameness is not so settled and clear as to deserve to be thought innate in us. For if those innate ideas are not clear and distinct so as to be universally known and naturally agreed on, they cannot be subjects of universal and undoubted truths, but will be the unavoidable occasion of perpetual uncertainty. For I suppose everyone's idea of identity will not be the same that Pythagoras and thousands of his followers have. And which then shall be true, which innate? Or are there two different ideas of identity, both innate? Nor yet anyone think that the questions I have here proposed about the identity of man are bare empty speculations, which, if they were, would be enough to show that there was in the understandings of men no innate ideas of identity. He that shall, with a little attention, reflect on the resurrection, and consider that divine justice will bring to judgment at the last day the very same persons to be happy or miserable in the other, who did well or ill in his life, will find it perhaps not easy to resolve with himself what makes the same man or wherein identity consists, and will not be forward to think he and everyone, even children themselves, have naturally a clear idea of it. Let us examine that principle of mathematics with that the whole is bigger than a part. This, I take it, is reckoned amongst innate principles. I am sure it has as good a title as any to be thought so, which yet nobody can think it to be when he considers the ideas it comprehends in it, whole and part, are perfectly relative. But the positive ideas to which they properly and immediately belong are extension and number, of which alone whole and part are relations. So that if whole and part are innate ideas, extension and number must be so too, it being impossible to have an idea of a relation without having any at all of the thing to which it belongs and in which it is founded. Now, whether the minds of men have naturally imprinted on them the ideas of extension and number, I leave to be considered by these who are the patrons of innate principles. That God is to be worshipped is, without doubt, as great a truth as any that can enter into the mind of man, and deserves the first place amongst all practical principles. But yet it can by no means, we thought, innate, unless the ideas of God and worship are innate. That the idea the term worship stands for is not in the understanding of children, and a character stamped on the mind in its first original, I think, will be easily granted by anyone that considers how few there be amongst grown men who have a clear and distinct notion of it. And I suppose there can be anything more ridiculous than to say that children have this practical principle innate, that God is to be worshipped, and yet that they know not what that worship of God is, which is their duty, but to pass by this. If any idea can be imagined innate, the idea of God may, of all others. For many reasons we thought so, since it is hard to conceive how there should be innate moral principles without an innate idea of a deity. Without a notion of a lawmaker, it is impossible to have a notion of a law and an obligation to observe it. Besides, the atheists take a notice of amongst the ancients, and left branded upon the records of history, hath not navigation discovered in these later ages whole nations at the Bay of Saldanha in Brazil, in Burundi, and in the Caribbean islands, etc., amongst whom there was to be found no notion of a god, no religion. Nicholas del Teco, in Litteris ex Paraquaria de Caigurum Conversion, has these words: Reperi iam gentem nullum nomen haber quod Deum, et homines animum significet, nulla sacra habet, nulla idola. These are instances of nations where uncultivated nature has been left to itself without the help of letters and discipline and the improvements of arts and sciences. But there are others to be found who have enjoyed these in a very great measure, who yet, for want of a due application of their thoughts this way, want the idea and knowledge of God. It will, I doubt not, be a surprise to others, as it was to me, to find the Siamites of this number. But for this, let them consult the King of France's late envoy thither, who gives no better account of the Chinese themselves. And if we will not believe La Loubert, the missionaries of China, even the Jesuits themselves, the great encomiasts of the Chinese, do all to a man agree, and will convince us that the sect of the literary or learned, keeping to the old religion of China, and the ruling party there, are all of them atheists. White D. Fernandez Navarrete's An Account of the Empire of China, in volume 1 of A. and J. Churchill's A Collection of Voyages and Travels, 1704, and Historia Cultus Sinensium. And perhaps if we should with attention mind the lives and discourses of people not so far off, we should have too much reason to fear that many in more civilized countries have no very strong and clear impressions of a deity upon their minds, and that the complaints of atheism made from the pulpit are not without reason. And though only some profligate wretches own it too barefacedly now, yet perhaps we should hear more than we do of it from others. It did not the fear of the magistrate's sword or their neighbour's censure tie up people's tongues, which, were the apprehensions of punishment or shame taken away, would as openly proclaim their atheism as their lives do. But had all mankind everywhere a notion of a God, whereof yet history tells us the contrary, it would not from thence follow that the idea of him was innate. For, though no nation were to be found without a name, and some few dark notions of him, yet that would not prove them to be natural impressions on the mind, no more than the names of fire, or the sun, heat, or number do prove the ideas they stand for to be innate, because the names of those things and the ideas of them are so universally received and known amongst mankind. Nor, on the contrary, is the want of such a name, or the absence of such a notion out of men's minds, they any argument against the being of a god any more than it would be a proof that there was no lodestone in the world, because a great part of mankind had neither a notion of any such thing nor a name for it, or be any show of argument to prove that there are no distinct and various species of angels or intelligent beings above us, because we have no ideas of such distinct species or names for them. For men, being furnished with words by the common language of their own countries, can scarce avoid having some kind of ideas of those things whose names those they converse with have occasion frequently to mention to them, and if it carry with it the notion of excellency, greatness, or something extraordinary, if apprehension and concernment accompany it, if the fear of absolute and irresistible power set it on upon the mind, the idea is likely to sink the deeper and spread the further, especially if it be such an idea as is agreeable to the common light of reason and naturally deducible from every part of our knowledge, as that of a god is. For the visible marks of extraordinary wisdom and power appear so plainly in all the works of the creation that a rational creature, who will but seriously reflect on them, cannot miss the discovery of a deity, and the influence that the discovery of such a being must necessarily have on the minds of all that have but once heard of it is so great, and carries such a weight of thought and communication with it, that it seems stranger to me that a whole nation of men should be anywhere found so brutish as to want the notion of a god, than that they should be without any notion of numbers or fire. The name of God being once mentioned in any part of the world to express a superior, powerful, wise, invisible being, the suitableness of such a notion to the principles of common reason, and the interest men will always have to mention it often, must necessarily spread it far and wide, and continue it down to all generations, though yet the general reception of this name, and some imperfect and unsteady notions conveyed thereby to the unthinking part of mankind, prove not the idea to be innate, but only that they who made the discovery had made a right use of their reason, thought maturely of the causes of things, and traced them to their original, from whom other less considering people, having once received so important a notion, it could not easily be lost again. This is all could be inferred from the notion of a god, were it to be found universally in all the tribes of mankind, and generally acknowledged by men grown to maturity in all countries. For the generality of the acknowledging of a god, as I imagine, is extended no further than that, which, if it be sufficient to prove the idea of God innate, will as well prove the idea of fire innate, since I think it may be truly said that there is not a person in the world who has a notion of a God who has not also the idea of fire. I doubt not, but if a colony of young children should be placed in an island where no fire was, they would certainly neither have any notion of such a thing, no name for it. How generally soever it were received and known in all the world besides, and perhaps, too, their apprehensions would be as far removed from any name or notion of a god, till some one amongst them had employed his thoughts to inquire into the constitution and causes of things, which would easily lead him to the notion of a god, which, having once thought to others, reason and the natural propensity of their own thoughts would afterwards propagate and continue amongst them. Indeed, it is urged that it is suitable to the goodness of God to imprint upon the minds of men characters and notions of himself, and not to leave them in the dark and doubt in so grand a concernment, and also by that means to secure to himself the homage and veneration due from so intelligent a creature as man, and therefore he has done it. This argument, if it be of any force, will prove much more than those who use it in this case expect from it. For if we may conclude that God hath done for men all that men shall judge is best for them, because it is suitable to his goodness so to do, it will prove not only that God has imprinted on the minds of men an idea of himself, but that he hath plainly stamped there in fair characters all that men ought to know or believe of him, all that they ought to do in obedience to his will, and that he hath given them a will and affections conformable to it. This, no doubt, every one will think better for men than that they should in the dark grope after knowledge, as Saint Paul tells us all nations did after God, Acts 17:27, than that their wills should clash with their understandings and their appetites cross their duty. The Romanists say it is best for them, and so suitable to the goodness of God, that there should be an infallible judge of controversies on earth, and therefore there is one. And I, by the same reason, say it is better for men that every man himself should be infallible. I leave them to consider whether, by the force of this argument, they shall think that every man is so. I think it a very good argument to say, the infinitely wise God hath made it so, and therefore it is best. But it seems to me a little too much confidence of our own wisdom to say, I think it best, and therefore God hath made it so. And in the matter in hand, it will be in vain to argue from such a topic that God hath done so, when certain experience shows us that he hath not. But the goodness of God hath not been wanting to men without such original impressions of knowledge or ideas stamped on the mind, since he hath furnished man with those faculties which will serve for the sufficient discovery of all things requisite to the end of such a being. And I thought not but to show that a man, by the right use of his natural abilities, may, without any innate principles, attain a knowledge of a God and other things that concern him, God having endued a man with those faculties of knowledge which he hath, was no more obliged by his goodness to plant those innate notions in his mind, than that, having given him reason, hands, and materials, he should build him bridges or houses, which some people in the world, however of good parts, do either totally want, or are but ill provided of, as well as others are wholly without ideas of God and principles of morality, or at least have but very ill ones. The reason in both cases being that they never employed their parts, faculties, and powers industriously that way, but contented themselves with the opinions, fashions, and things of their country as they found them, without looking any further. Had you or I been born at the Bay of Saldanha, possibly our thoughts and notions had not exceeded those brutish ones of the Hottentots that inhabit there, and had the Virginia King Apochancana been educated in England, he had been perhaps as knowing a divine and as good a mathematician as any in it. The difference between him and a more improved Englishman lying barely in this, that the exercise of his faculties was bounded within the ways, modes, and notions of his own country, and never directed to any other or further inquiries. And if he had not any idea of a God, it was only because he pursued not those thoughts that would have led him to it. I grant that if there were any ideas to be found imprinted on the minds of men, we have reason to expect it should be the notion of his Maker as a mark God set on his own workmanship, to mind man of his dependence and duty, and that herein should appear the first instances of human knowledge. But how late is it before any such notion is discoverable in children, and when we find it there, how much more does it resemble the opinion and notion of the teacher than represent the true God? He that shall observe in children the progress whereby their minds attain the knowledge they have will think that the objects they do first and most familiarly converse with are those that make the first impressions on their understandings. nor will he find the least footsteps of any other. 'Tis easy to take notice how their thoughts enlarge themselves only as they come to be acquainted with a greater variety of sensible objects, to retain the ideas of them in their memories, and to get the skill to compound and enlarge them, and several ways put them together. How by these means they come to frame in their minds an idea men have of a deity, I shall hereafter show. Can it be thought that the ideas men have of God are the characters and marks of himself, engraven in their minds by his own finger, when we see that in the same country, under one and the same name, men have far different, nigh often contrary and inconsistent ideas and conceptions of him, where agreeing in a name or sound will scarce prove an innate notion of him? What true or tolerable notion of a deity could they have who acknowledged and worshipped hundreds? Every deity that they owned above one was an infallible evidence of their ignorance of him, and a proof that they had no true notion of God, for unity, infinity, and eternity were excluded. To which, if we add their gross conceptions of corporeity expressed in their images and representations of their deities, the amours, marriages, copulations, lusts, quarrels, and other mean qualities attributed by them to their gods, we shall have little reason to think that the heathen world, i.e., the greatest part of mankind, had such ideas of God in their minds as he himself, out of care that they should not be mistaken about him, was author of. And this universality of consent, so much argued, if it prove any native impressions, it will be only this, that God imprinted on the minds of all men speaking the same language, a name for himself, but not any idea, since those people who agreed in the name had, at the same time, far different apprehensions about the thing signified. If they say that the variety of deities worshipped by the heathen world were but figurative ways of expressing the several attributes of that incomprehensible being, or several parts of his providence, I answer, what there might be in the original I will not here inquire, but that they were so in the thoughts of the vulgar, I think nobody will affirm. And he that will consult the voyage of the Bishop of Berite, not to mention other testimonies, will find that the theology of the Siamites professedly owns a plurality of gods, or, as the Abbé de Choisy more judiciously remarks in his journal Du Voyage de Siam, it consists properly in acknowledging no God at all. If it be said that wise men of all nations came to have true conceptions of the unity and infinity of the deity, I grant it, but then this first excludes universality of consent in anything but the name. For those wise men being very few, perhaps 1 of 1,000, this universality is very narrow. Secondly, it seems to me plainly to prove that the truest and best notions men have of God were not imprinted, but acquired by thought and meditation and right use of their faculties, since the wise and considerate men of the world, by a right and careful employment of their thoughts and reason, attained true notions in this as well as other things, whilst the lazy and inconsiderate part of men, making far the greater number, took up their notions by chance from common tradition and vulgar conceptions, without much beating their heads about them. And if it be a reason to think the notion of God innate, because all wise men had it, virtue too must be thought innate, for that also wise men have always had. This was evidently the case of all Gentilism, nor hath even amongst Jews, Christians, and Mohammedans, who acknowledged but one God, this doctrine, and the care taken in those nations to teach men to have true notions of a God, prevailed so far as to make men to have the same and the true ideas of him. How many, even amongst us, will be found upon inquiry to fancy him in the shape of a man sitting in heaven, and to have many other absurd and unfit conceptions of him, Christians as well as Turks have had whole sects owning and contending earnestly for it, that the deity was corporeal and of human shape. And though we find few now amongst us who profess themselves anthropomorphites, though some I have met with that own it, yet I believe he that will make it his business may find amongst the ignorant and uninstructed Christians many of that opinion. Talk but with country people almost of any age, or young people almost of any condition, and you shall find that, though the name of God be frequently in their mouths, yet the notions they apply this name to are so old, low, and pitiful that nobody can imagine they were taught by a rational man, much less that they were characters written by the finger of God himself. Nor do I see how it derogates more from the goodness of God that he has given us minds unfurnished with these ideas of himself, than that he hath sent us into the world with bodies unclothed, and that there is no art or skill born with us. For being fitted with faculties to attain these, it is want of industry and consideration in us, and not of bounty in him, if we have them not. It is as certain that there is a God as that the opposite angles made by the intersection of two straight lines are equal. There was never any rational creature that set himself sincerely to examine the truth of these propositions that could fail to assent to them, though yet it be past doubt that there are many men who, having not applied their thoughts that way, are ignorant both of the one and the other. If any one think fit to call this, which is the utmost of its extent, universal consent, such as one I easily allow, but such an universal consent as this proves not the idea of God any more than it does the idea of such angles innate. Since then, though the knowledge of a God be the most natural discovery of human reason, yet the idea of him is not innate, as I think is evident from what has been said, I imagine there will be scarce any other idea found that can pretend to it. Since if God hath set any impression, any character, or the understanding of men, it is most reasonable to expect it should have been some clear and uniform idea of himself, as far as our weak capacities were capable to receive so incomprehensible and infinite an object. But our minds being at first void of that idea which we are most concerned to have, it is a strong presumption against all other innate characters. I must own, as far as I can observe, I can find none, and would be glad to be informed by any other. I confess there is another idea which would be of general use for mankind to have, as it is of general talk as if they had it, and that is the idea of substance, which we neither have nor can have by sensation or reflection. If nature took care to provide us any ideas, we might well expect they should be such as by our own faculties we cannot procure to ourselves. But we see, on the contrary, that since by those ways whereby other ideas are brought into our minds, this is not, we have no such clear idea at all, and therefore signify nothing by the word substance, but only an uncertain supposition of we know not what, i.e. of something whereof we have no particular distinct positive idea, which we take to be the substratum or support of those ideas we do know. Whatever then we talk of innate, either speculative or practical principles, it may be with as much probability be said that a man hath £100 in his pocket, and yet denied that he hath there either penny, shilling, crown, or other coin out of which the sum is to be made up, as to think that certain propositions are innate when the ideas about which they are can by no means be supposed to be so. The general reception and assent that is given doth not at all prove that the ideas expressed in them are innate. For in many cases, however the ideas came there, the assent to words expressing the agreement or disagreement of such ideas will necessarily follow. Everyone that hath a true idea of God and worship will assent to this proposition, that God is to be worshipped, when expressed in a language he understands, and every rational man that hath not thought on it today may be ready to assent to this proposition tomorrow, and yet millions of men may be well supposed to want one or both those ideas today. For if we will allow savages and most country people to have ideas of God and worship, which conversation with them will not make one forward to believe, yet I think few children can be supposed to have those ideas, which therefore they must begin to have some time or other, and then they will also begin to assent to that proposition and make very little question of it ever after. But such an assent upon hearing no more proves the ideas to be innate than it does that one born blind with cataracts, which will be touched tomorrow, had the innate ideas of the sun or light or saffron or yellow, because when his sight is cleared, he will certainly assent to this proposition that the sun is lucid or that saffron is yellow. And therefore, if such an assent upon hearing cannot prove the ideas innate, it can much less the propositions made up of those ideas. If they have any innate ideas, I would be glad to be told what and how many they are. To which let me add, if there be any innate ideas, any ideas in the mind which the mind does not actually think on, they must be lodged in the memory, and from thence must be brought into view by remembrance, i.e. must be known when they are remembered to have been perceptions in the mind before, unless remembrance can be without remembrance. For to remember is to perceive anything with memory or with the consciousness that it was perceived or known before. Without this, whatever idea comes into the mind is new and not remembered. This consciousness of its having been in the mind before being that which distinguishes remembering from all other ways of thinking. Whatever idea was never perceived by the mind was never in the mind. Whatever idea is in the mind is either an actual perception, or else, having been an actual perception, is so in the mind that by the memory it can be made an actual perception again. Whenever there is the actual perception of any idea without memory, the idea appears perfectly new and unknown before to the understanding. Whenever the memory brings any idea into actual view, it is with a consciousness that it had been there before and was not wholly a stranger to the mind. Whether this be not so, I appeal to everyone's observation. And then I desire an instance of an idea pretended to be innate, which, before any impression of it by ways hereafter to be mentioned, anyone could revive and remember as an idea he had formerly known, without which consciousness of a former perception there is no remembrance, and whatever idea comes into the mind without that consciousness is not remembered, or comes not out of the memory, nor can be said to be in the mind before that appearance. For what is not either actually in view or in the memory is in the mind no way at all, and is all one as if it had never been there. Suppose a child had the use of his eyes till he knows and distinguishes colors, but then cataracts shut the windows and he is 40 or 50 years perfectly in the dark, and in that time perfectly loses all memory of the ideas of colors he once had. This was the case of a blind man I once talked with, who lost his sight by the smallpox when he was a child, and had no more notion of colors than one born blind. I ask whether anyone can say this man had then any ideas of colors in his mind, any more than one born blind, and I think nobody will say that either of them had in his mind any ideas of colors at all. His cataracts are couched, and then he has the ideas, which he remembers not, of colors de novo, by his restored sight conveyed to his mind, and that without any consciousness of a former acquaintance, and these now he can revive and call to mind in the dark. In this case, all these ideas of colors, which when out of view can be revived with the consciousness of a former acquaintance, propositions being thus in the memory are said to be in the mind. The use I make of this is that whatever idea being not actually in the view is in the mind, is there only by being in the memory, and if not be not in the memory, it is not in the mind, and if it be in the memory, it cannot by the memory be brought into actual view without a perception that it comes out of the memory, which is this, that it had been known before and is now remembered. If therefore there be any innate ideas, they must be in the memory, or else nowhere in the mind, and if they be in the memory, they can be revived without any impression from without, and whenever they are brought into the mind, they are remembered, i.e., they bring with them a perception of their not being wholly new to it. This being a constant and distinguishing difference between what is and what is not in the memory or in the mind, that what is not in the memory, whenever it appears there, appears perfectly new and unknown before, and what is in the memory or in the mind, whenever it is suggested by the memory, appears not to be new, but the mind finds in itself and knows it was there before. By this it may be tried whether there be any innate ideas in the mind before impression from sensation or reflection. I would fain meet with the man who, when he came to the use of reason, or at any other time, remembered any of them, and to whom after he was born they were never new. If anyone will say there are ideas in the mind that are not in the memory, I desire him to explain himself and to make what he says intelligible. Besides what I have already said, there is another reason why I doubt that neither these nor any other principles are innate. I that am fully persuaded that the infinitely wise God made all things in perfect wisdom cannot satisfy myself why he should be supposed to print upon the minds of men some universal principles, whereof those that are pretended innate and concern speculation are of no great use, and those that concern practice not self-evident, and neither of them distinguishable from some other truths not allowed to the innate. For to what purpose should characters be graven on the mind by the finger of God, which are not clearer there than those which are afterwards introduced, or cannot be distinguished from them? If anyone thinks there are such innate ideas and propositions which by their clearness and usefulness are distinguishable from all that is adventitious in the mind and acquired, it will not be a hard matter for him to tell us which they are, and then everyone will be a fit judge whether they be so or no. Since if there be such innate ideas and impressions plainly different from all other perceptions and knowledge, everyone will find it true in himself. If of the evidence of these supposed innate maxims I have spoken already, of their usefulness I shall have occasion to speak more hereafter. To conclude, some ideas forwardly offer themselves to all men's understanding. Some sorts of truths result from many ideas as soon as the mind puts them into propositions. Other truths require a train of ideas placed in order, a due comparing of them, and deductions made with attention before they can be discovered and assented to. Some of the first sort, because of their general and easy reception, have been mistaken for innate, but the truth is, ideas and notions are no more born with us than arts and sciences, though some of them indeed offer themselves to our faculties more readily than others, and therefore are more generally received, though that too be according as the organs of our bodies and powers of our minds happen to be employed, God having fitted men with faculties and means to discover, receive, and retain truths according as they are employed. The great difference that is to be found in the notions of mankind is from the different use they put their faculties to, while some, and those the most, taking things upon trust, misemploy their power of assent by lazily enslaving their mind to the dictates and dominion of others, in doctrines which it is their duty carefully to examine, and not blindly, with an implicit faith, to swallow. Others, employing their thoughts only about some few things, grow acquainted sufficiently with them, attain great degrees of knowledge in them, and are ignorant of all other, having never let their thoughts loose in the search of other inquiries. Thus that the three angles of a triangle are quite equal, to two right ones is a truth as certain as anything can be, and I think more evident than many of those propositions that go for principles. And yet there are millions, however expert in the things, who know not this at all, because they never set their thoughts on work about such angles. And he that certainly knows this proposition may yet be utterly ignorant of the truth of other propositions in mathematics itself, which are as clear and evident as this, because in his search of those mathematical truths he stopped his thoughts short and went not so far. The same may happen concerning the notions we have of the being of a deity, for though there be no truth which a man may more evidently make out to himself than the existence of a god, yet he that shall content himself with things as he finds them in his world, in this world, as they minister to his pleasures and passions, and not to make inquiry a little further into their causes, ends, and admirable contrivances, and pursue the thoughts thereof with diligence and attention, may live long without any notion of such a being. And if any person hath by talk put such a notion into his head, he may perhaps believe it, but if he hath never examined it, his knowledge of it will be no perfecter than his who, having been told that the three angles of a triangle are equal to two right ones, takes it upon trust without examining the demonstration, and may yield his assent as a probable opinion, but hath no knowledge of the truth of it, which yet his faculties, if carefully employed, were able to make clear and evident to him. But this only by the by, to show how much our knowledge depends upon the right use of those powers nature hath bestowed upon us, and how little upon such innate principles as are in vain supposed to be in all mankind for their direction, which all men could not but know if they were there, or else they would be there to no purpose, and which, since all men do not know, nor can distinguish from other adventitious truths, we may well conclude there are no such. What censure doubting this of innate principles may deserve from men who will be apt to call it pulling up the old foundations of knowledge and certainty, I cannot tell. I persuade myself at least that the way I have pursued, being conformable to truth, lays those foundations surer. Since I am certain I have not made it my business either to quit or follow any authority in the ensuing discourse. Truth has been my only aim, and wherever that has appeared to lead, my thoughts have impartially followed, without minding whether the footsteps of any other lay that way or not. Not that I want a due respect to other men's opinions, but after all, the greatest reverence is due to truth. And I hope it will not be thought arrogance to say that perhaps we should make greater progress in the discovery of rational and contemplative knowledge if we sought it in the fountain, in the consideration of things themselves, and made use rather of our own thoughts than other men's to find it. For I think we may as rationally hope to see with other men's eyes as to know by other men's understandings. So much as we ourselves consider and comprehend of truth and reason, so much we possess of real and true knowledge. The floating of other men's opinions in our brains makes us not one jot the more knowing, though they happen to be true. What in them was science is in us but opiniotrity, whilst we give up our assent only to revered names, and do not, as they did, employ our own reason to understand those truths which gave them reputation. Aristotle was certainly a knowing man, but nobody ever thought him so, because he blindly embraced and confidently vented the opinions of another. And if the taking up of another's principles without examining them made not him a philosopher, I suppose it will hardly make anybody else so. In the sciences, everyone has so much as he really knows and comprehends. What he believes only and takes upon trust are but shreds, which, however well in the whole piece, make no considerable addition to his stock who gathers them. Such borrowed wealth, like fairy money, though it were gold in the hand from which he received it, will be but leaves and dust when he comes to use. When men have found some general propositions that could not be doubted of as soon as understood, it was, I know, a short and easy way to conclude them innate. This being once received, it eased the lazy from the pains of search, and stopped the inquiry of the doubtful concerning all that was once styled innate. And it was of no small advantage to those who affected to be masters and teachers to make this the principle of principles, that principles must not be questioned. For, having once established this tenet, that there are innate principles, it put their followers upon a necessity of receiving some doctrines as such, which was to take them off from the use of their own reason and judgment, and put them on believing and taking them upon trust without further examination, in which posture of blind credulity they might be more easily governed by and made use to some sort of men who had the skill and office to principle and guide them. Nor is it a small power it gives one man over another to have the authority to be the dictator of principles and teacher of unquestionable truths, to make a man swallow that for an innate principle which may serve to his purpose, who teacheth them. Whereas, had they examined the ways whereby men came to the knowledge of many universal truths, they would have found them to result in the minds of men from the being of things themselves when duly considered, and that they were discovered by the application of those faculties that were fitted by nature to receive and judge of them when duly employed about them. To show how the understanding proceeds herein is the design of the following discourse, which I shall proceed to when I have first premised that hitherto, to clear my way to those foundations which I conceive are the only true ones whereon to establish those notions we can have of our own knowledge, it hath been necessary for me to give an account of the reasons I had to doubt of innate principles, and since the arguments which are against them do some of them rise from common received opinions, I have been forced to take several things for granted, which is hardly avoidable to anyone whose task is to show the falsehood or improbability of any tenet, it happening in controversial discourses, as it does in assaulting of towns, where if the ground be but firm whereon the batteries are erected, there is no further inquiry of whom it is borrowed, nor whom it belongs to, so it affords but a fit rise for the present purpose. But in the future part of this discourse, designing to raise and edifies uniform and consistent with itself, as far as my own experience and observation will assist me, I hope to erect it on such a basis that I shall not need to shore it up with props and buttresses leaning on borrowed or begged foundations, or at least, if mine prove a castle in the air, I will endeavour it shall be all of a piece and hang together, wherein I warn the reader not to expect undeniable cogent demonstrations, unless I may be allowed the privilege, not seldom assumed by others, to take my principles for granted, and then I doubt not but I can demonstrate too all that I shall say for the principles I proceed on is, that I can only appeal to men's own unprejudiced experience and observation, whether they be true or not, and this is enough for a man who professes no more than to lay down candidly and freely his own conjectures concerning a subject lying somewhat in the dark, without any other design than an unbiased inquiry after truth.